Chapter 53:43. In the mountains, Xiaoya was fighting the black-horned demonic tiger. Although she was only a half-step divine king, her battle prowess was unparalleled. She was fighting endlessly against the black-horned demonic tiger. Her highness' footwork is heaven-defying, Red-browed Eagle King exclaimed. Her highness has inherited Master's legacy. Of course she's extraordinary, One-Armed Sword King Qiu Qinjian said. Master's legacy is probably no weaker than Ling Tian Palace's, Lunar Divine Fist Han Chong said. Only Saber King Luo Lai did not say anything, but his eyes were shining brightly. Meanwhile, Xiaoya suddenly shouted loudly. She'd actually fused with her sword, and she directly slashed the horned black devil tiger into two with a single slash. Demonic blood splattered everywhere, and the two halves of the black-horned demonic tiger were sent flying, crashing into the forest. When the demonic blood landed on the ground, it actually emitted wisps of black gas. This black-horned demonic tiger was a king-level demonic creature. It was extremely powerful, and its demonic blood also contained a powerful demonic nature. Even Xiaoya would be injured if the demonic blood splashed onto her body. Demonic blood could turn other living creatures into demonic creatures. Once the demonic nature invaded her body, even Xiaoya would be in trouble. Once her inner demons were triggered, it would be even more dangerous. The protective sword qi that emerged from Little Ya's body blocked the devil blood that splashed towards her. Little one. At this moment, the demonic qi that gushed out from the black-horned demonic tiger's corpse turned into a demonic shadow that floated in the void, staring at Xiaoya with blood-red demonic eyes. Xiaoya could not help but be shocked at this scene. Red-browed Eagle King and the rest also tensed up when they saw the demonic shadow. You're the successor of the one called Gu Fei? The demonic shadow sent out a demonic will, and a voice rang in Xiaoya's mind. You are. Xiaoya was taken aback again. If Gu Fei's successor becomes demonic, it'll be fun. After saying that, Mo Ying directly pounced towards Xiaoya. Yuan Soul Sword Slash. Xiaoya was shocked, but she was still extremely calm. She immediately used one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao, the Yuan Soul Sword transformation. A beam of sword light rushed out from between her eyebrows and turned into the Howren Sword of the Way. With a flash of sword light, it directly cut the demonic shadow that pounced on her in half. As for the Howren Dao sword that had rushed out from Xiaoya's glabella, it flew back into her glabella, as though it had never appeared before. The awe-inspiring righteousness that Little Ya cultivated was the nemesis of the devil path. What? The demonic shadow was extremely shocked. The demonic shadow, which had been split into two by Xiaoya's sword, gradually dissipated into the void. My main body has thousands of incarnations. Soon, we will meet again. The demonic shadow's demonic will completely disappeared. What's going on? Could this demonic shadow be the limitless demonic shadow? Xiaoya was indescribably shocked. Wasn't this limitless demon hiding in the demon domain and not daring to come out? Why did it appear here? Wait, 10 million clones. Could it be? Xiaoya thought of a possibility. At this moment, she could no longer remain calm. Although the limitless demon lord had hidden in the demon domain, this demon lord still had a trick up his sleeves. Thinking of this, Xiaoya's forehead broke out in sweat. Your Highness, what happened? The red-browed Eagle King and the others rushed over. Nothing, continue. As Xiaoya spoke, she soared into the sky and continued to search and hunt demonic creatures. As for the corpse of the black-horned demonic tiger, it had undergone a huge change. This ferocious demonic tiger had actually turned into an ordinary forest tiger. It turned out that this black-horned demonic tiger was just an ordinary mountain tiger that had demonized. The demonic tiger that had demonized was actually so powerful. This made the red-browed Eagle King, who had noticed this scene, extremely shocked. When they saw Xiaoya leave, they hurriedly chased after her. Xiaoya continued to hunt demonic creatures in culmination. At this time, Long Xiaozhou had completely taken over the southern Man royal capital. Because Gu Fei was in seclusion, Xiaoya brought the 4 great god kings to culmination to hunt demonic creatures. In this way, the person with the highest status in the southern Man royal capital was Long Xiaozhou. At this time, the witch race no longer dared to cause trouble. 2 of the 8 great witch kings had been killed. Who else would dare to cause trouble? Most importantly, the witch emperor of the witch race did not care about the matter at all. She directly allowed the witch kings to cause trouble and did not care about it after it happened. No one knew what the witch emperor was thinking, and no one knew why the witch emperor did not care about the witch race. Even the witch kings of the witch race did not know the reason. Now, in the southern Man royal capital, people from the witch race had begun to appear again. This was because the witch king of the witch race was also one of the 16 vassal kings. These vassal kings were all well-behaved now. And this time, the most oppressed people in the southern Man royal capital were the fellows from the eastern wasteland demon race. This was because Gu Fei had directly asked the eastern wasteland demon race to scram. Who dared to disobey Gu Fei's words? Ancestor Tianhong immediately ordered them to leave. The eastern wasteland demon race envoys could only dejectedly leave the southern Man royal capital. There was a super teleportation array in the southern Man royal capital. The eastern wasteland demon race envoys were directly teleported to one of the 5 great immortal cities in the eastern wasteland, southern Qilan City. At this time, the demon emperors of the 4 great demon races had gathered in southern Qilan City. Ancestor Fire Qilan, Ancestor Black Tortoise, Ancestor Firefinch, and Ancestor Azure Dragon, the 4 great demon races patriarchs, were gathered together in the main hall of the southern Qilan City. The 4 patriarchs of the 4 great demon races of the eastern wasteland had appeared at the same time. This was something that had not happened in the eastern wasteland for thousands of years. The eastern wasteland had been firmly controlled by the eastern wasteland demon race for countless years. No one had ever been able to shake the eastern wasteland demon race. Even the strongest forces like Ling Tian Palace, Heaven Culmination Clan, and Buddha Clan could not shake the eastern wasteland demon race's ruling position in the eastern wasteland. But now, Gu Fei actually took down Eastern Sun City and almost annihilated the Phoenix Clan. This was something that had not happened in thousands of years. Gu Fei taking down Eastern Sun City directly shook the eastern wasteland demon race's ruling position in the eastern wasteland. The eastern wasteland demon race was originally the world of the demon race. Now that Gu Fei had interfered, the eastern wasteland demon race was naturally unhappy. Yao Wuyin seeks an audience. At this moment, Yao Wuyin's voice came from outside the main hall. As soon as he returned to southern Qilan City, he immediately rushed to the city lord's mansion to report to the 4 great demon emperors. "Come in." Ancestor Fire Qilan, who was sitting on the throne, said indifferently. "What's wrong? Is Gu Fei not willing to return Eastern Sun City?" Seeing Yao Wutian's expression, Ancestor Fire Qilan knew that Yao Wutian and the others had failed. "Ancestor, Gu Fei drove us back," Yao Wutian said helplessly. "What?" Ancestor Fire Qilan's expression changed. The other 3 patriarchs also looked at Yao Wutian with sharp gazes. A powerful emperor's aura erupted in the main hall. This made Yao Wutian suffer. He felt as if there were several mountains pressing down on his body, and he almost fell to the ground. Chapter 53-44. Although the Phoenix clan of the Eastern Baron Demon clan had been crippled by Gu Fei, and the remaining members of the Phoenix clan could not do anything, the Eastern Baron Demon clan's strength still existed. Regardless of whether it was the Fire Qilan clan, the Black Tortoise clan, the Fire Sparrow clan, or the Azure Dragon clan, all of them possessed an incomparably deep foundation. Of course, the 4 great monstrous clans were not much stronger than the Sky Phoenix clan. However, once the 4 great monstrous clans joined forces, their strength could not be underestimated. Even Gu Fei had no choice but to be cautious. However, Dongyang City had already fallen into Gu Fei's hands, so how could Gu Fei hand it over? What now? Southern Qilan City, in the main hall of the City Lord Mansion, Ancestor Firecolin, who was sitting on the throne in the middle, glanced at the surrounding demon emperors and said, "What else can we do? Let's just go and wake up the old ancestor." Old Ancestor Xianwu yawned. Tortoises had to hibernate. Now that it was still cold, he wanted to go back and have a good sleep. He would only come out when the weather warmed up. Awaken the ancestor? All the demon emperors were shocked. After all, the great ancestor was not someone who could be awakened so easily. Moreover, once the great ancestor was awakened, the Eastern Wilderness Demon clan would change. No, The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor immediately objected. Yes, we haven't reached the stage where we can awaken the ancestor yet. The Fire Sparrow Demon Emperor nodded. Seeing that the Green Dragon Demon Emperor and the Fire Sparrow Demon Emperor objected, the Black Tortoise Demon Emperor smiled indifferently and said, "Forget it then. If we don't wake up the old ancestor, it will be hard to fight against that Gu Fei." The Black Tortoise Demon Emperor sighed. The other demon emperors fell silent upon hearing this. The four great demon clans really couldn't fight against Gu Fei. However, if Gu Fei didn't make a move himself, the Eastern Wilderness demon clans wouldn't be afraid of anyone. "Then we'll send another envoy to Nanman?" Forefather Fireculin suggested. "I think we should just forget about it." The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor shook his head. Since Gu Fei had driven Yao Wuyin and the others back, the result would be the same even if he sent an envoy to the southern barbarians. It would not change anything. "Then are we just going to let Gu Fei take over Dongyang City?" The Fire Sparrow Demon Emperor shouted angrily. "What else can we do? Why don't you go talk to Gu Fei? How about we ask him to return Dongyang City to us?" The Black Tortoise Demon Emperor said lazily. The Fire Sparrow Demon Emperor was immediately rendered speechless by the Black Tortoise Demon Emperor. Who would dare to chat with Gu Fei? Wasn't that courting death? Even the two ancestral patriarchs of the Heavenly Phoenix clan were no match for Gu Fei. If the two ancestral patriarchs of the Heavenly Phoenix clan joined forces, they would be invincible in the Eastern Barren Territory. Both Patriarch Fireculin and Patriarch Azure Dragon had suffered losses in the hands of the two patriarchs of the Phoenix clan. "All right, let's wait and see for now," Ancestor Fireculin muttered. "That's the only way," Patriarch Azure Dragon sighed. At this time, Gu Fei was still in seclusion in the southern Barren royal capital, ignoring the outside world. Everything in the southern Barren royal capital was managed by Long Xiaozhou, with Patriarch Tianhong and Huang Fuzun assisting from the side. The entire southern Barren royal capital's army was under Shan Kuei's control. Originally, Shan Kuei's cultivation and prestige were not qualified to be the general of the city guards, but now that the King of Sabers, Luo Lai, had followed Xiaoye to Zhongtian, Shan Kuei became the general. "Your Highness, why did you summon us here?" Patriarch Tianhong and Huang Fuzun received Long Xiaozhou's summon and rushed into the palace. "Dongyang City lacks a city lord. Which one of you is willing to be the city lord of Dongyang City?" Long Xiaozhou asked. "What?" Patriarch Tianhong and Huang Fuzun were shocked to hear that. Dongyang City was now a hot potato. Patriarch Tianhong and Huang Fuzun were not willing to be the city lord of Dongyang City because it was too troublesome. Moreover, the Eastern Barren Demon clan was not to be trifled with. They were really not interested in being the city lord of Dongyang City. "None of you are willing to go? Then do you have a candidate to recommend?" Long Xiaozhou asked. Why don't we leave it to the sorcerer tribe?" Patriarch Tianhong pondered and said, "Sorcerer tribe?" Long Xiaozhou frowned. Using the sorcerer tribe to deal with the Eastern Barren Demon clan? The strength of the sorcerer tribe did not seem to be a match for the Eastern Barren Demon clan. Although the strength of the sorcerer tribe was not weak, wasn't it a joke to want to go against the Eastern Barren Demon clan with their strength? Send the sorcerer tribe away so that they don't cause trouble in South China. Patriarch Tianhong continued. Long Xiaozhou really couldn't decide for a while. Because on the surface, the sorcerer tribe seemed to have completely surrendered to Master, but who knew if the sorcerer tribe was pretending to surrender? "All right." Long Xiaozhou nodded his head. Soon, the shaman kings of the sorcerer tribe in South China received Long Xiaozhou's summon. The 6 shaman kings entered the palace to meet Long Xiaozhou. "Go to Dongyang City to be the city lord?" The 6 shaman kings were shocked when they heard that. Dongyang City was one of the 5 immortal divine cities in East Barren. It was the territory of the Eastern Barren Demon clan. Wouldn't it mean that he had to go against the Eastern Barren Demon clan if he became the city lord of Dongyang City? Was Gu Fei going to use the sorcerer tribe to go against the Eastern Barren Demon clan? The 6 shaman kings were instantly displeased. They didn't want to be used by Gu Fei. "Your Highness, is this Lord Gu Fei's intention?" Shaman King Wu Fong asked carefully. "No, this is my intention, but my intention is also equivalent to Master's intention." Long Xiaozhou said indifferently. This. The 6 shaman kings were speechless when they heard that. All right, we agree. The Grand Shaman King said helplessly. Very well, then it's decided. Long Xiaozhou was very happy because the problem of the city lord of Dongyang City was temporarily resolved. She knew that Master would never return Dongyang City to the Eastern Baron Demon Clan. The 6 Shaman Kings then left the Baron Palace and returned to the Grand Shaman King's mansion. Boss, why did you agree so easily? Wu Fong asked in confusion. Yes. The other Shaman Kings all looked at the Grand Shaman King. Can I not agree? The Grand Shaman King sighed helplessly. Yes, they really had no choice but to agree. The sorcerer tribe had just submitted to Gu Fei, and now Gu Fei wanted one of them to be the city lord of Dongyang City. If they didn't agree, it would mean that they wouldn't be able to stop being deployed. That was no different from rebelling. Then who among us will be the city lord of Dongyang City? Wu Fong looked at the Grand Shaman King. Who else can it be? I can only go, and only I have the authority. The Grand Shaman King was even more helpless. Why don't we ask Ling Xue to plead with Gu Fei? Wu Fong said. Forget it. Being the city lord of Dongyang City isn't a bad thing. The Grand Shaman King shook his head and said. The other Shaman Kings didn't say anything. Dongyang City was the territory of the Eastern Baron Demon Clan. We represent Gu Fei. So what if it's the Eastern Baron Demon Clan? Do they really dare to start a war with Gu Fei? A cold light flashed in the Grand Shaman King's eyes. Chapter 53-45. The news of the sorcerer tribe taking over Dongyang City shocked the entire southern barbarian capital. Everyone was guessing why Gu Fei wanted the sorcerer tribe to take over Dongyang City. Dongyang City was one of the 5 immortal cities in the eastern barbarian territory. It was definitely a hot potato. Even Huang Fuzun and ancestor Tianhong were not willing to take over this hot potato. But now, this hot potato was thrown into the hands of the sorcerer tribe. This time, the sorcerer tribe represented Gu Fei. In fact, in the Void Realm, there were not many people who dared to touch Gu Fei's people. The people of the sorcerer tribe moved very quickly. At dawn the next day, the Grand Magus King left the southern barbarian capital with his people and went to Dongyang City in the eastern barbarian territory. In fact, the sorcerer tribe was a hot potato that could explode at any time. Now that the Grand Magus King had gone to the eastern barbarian territory, the restless forces in the southern barbarian did not dare to act rashly. Still a little bit more. In the southern barbarian capital, in the barbarian palace's training room, Gu Fei sat cross-legged and floated in the air. Spiritual qi of the world gathered from all directions and was directly devoured by him. This imperial city suppressed the Earth Ancestor's vein. At this time, Gu Fei drew the essence of the Earth Ancestor's vein and devoured the qi of the Earth Ancestor's vein. The entire training room was filled with runes. These runes completely sealed his aura in the training room. People outside could not sense anything at all. Countless runes interweaved on Gu Fei's body. He had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. He could soar into the sky and enter the infinite prime realm at any time. However, even though he was half a step away, he couldn't take that half step no matter what. What's going on? What's missing? Gu Fei was really going crazy. He tried to recall the situation when he broke through to the infinite prime realm in the eternal world. Life and death. Gu Fei clearly remembered that he broke through to the infinite prime realm on the edge of life and death. Was he going to make a breakthrough on the edge of life and death this time? He was very clear that this kind of success would be very difficult to repeat. It should be known that being at the edge of life and death could stimulate one's potential, but he also had to face the fate of dying. He was lucky enough to succeed last time, but it didn't mean that he would succeed this time. If he failed, he would die. How troublesome. Gu Fei stopped devouring the earth-string spiritual energy. He knew that at a time like this, he couldn't be impatient and had to remain calm. He needed to calm down completely. Right now, in the entire Void Realm, there were not many existences that could truly threaten his life. Even Ling Tian Palace Master could not threaten him. Initially, the limitless Demon Lord was still fine. However, it was forced into the Devil Domain by the fusion of Ling Tian and Yu Xian Er. Looks like I have to use the devil's hand to break through my cultivation realm. Gu Fei sighed. He only went into seclusion for about a month before he came out. This was the shortest time he had spent in seclusion in the Void Realm. Master, are you all right? In the garden of the Barbarian Palace, Long Xiaozhou, who was watching Gu Fei in a daze, asked worriedly. Could something have happened to his master? People who went into seclusion often had all sorts of changes, such as entering the devil's hand. What's wrong with me? Gu Fei was still looking at the sky. Then why are you looking at the sky? Long Xiaozhou asked curiously. What do you think will happen if I break the sky? Gu Fei suddenly looked at Long Xiaozhou and said, What? Break the sky? Long Xiaozhou was shocked. This was the sky. How could it be broken? No one had ever broken the sky before. Sai, go and find the guy who knows the secret of the heaven and earth copper gate. Gu Fei looked at the sky again. Master, that guy Yao Wuyan has returned to Eastern Baron. I'm afraid it will take some time to find him. Long Xiaozhou said with some difficulty. Go. I don't lack time at the moment, Gu Fei said indifferently. But master, that secret needs to be exchanged with Dongyang City. Long Xiaozhou reminded. Gu Fei thought for a moment and said, I can't hand over Dongyang City. I don't want to know that secret either. I just want to know where the heaven and earth copper gate is. All right, disciple will go to Eastern Baron now. Long Xiaozhou said goodbye to Gu Fei and went to the Southern Barbarian Royal Capital's transfer formation. He left Southern Baron and went to the demon race's world, Eastern Baron. Gu Fei planned to go to the heaven and earth copper gate first. If he couldn't find it, then he would go to the demon realm and play with the limitless demon realm. Gu Fei had heard of the legend of the heaven and earth copper gate since he came to the void realm. There was a world without death behind the gate, but he didn't know if it was true or not. According to Gu Fei's knowledge, there was only one world where there was no death, no sickness, and where all living beings could live forever, and that was the Wuji world. Could the limitless world be behind the heaven and earth copper gate? Therefore, he wanted to go to the heaven and earth copper gate. At this moment, a figure silently appeared behind Gu Fei. This person was covered in a layer of faint light. She looked illusory, and there was not a trace of breath coming from her body. If you want to go to the heaven and earth copper gate, why do you need to go to the Eastern Baron demon race? An incomparably pleasant voice sounded behind Gu Fei. Do you know where the heaven and earth copper gate is? Gu Fei asked. He already knew who it was. She was the Shaman Emperor. Of course I know. The Shaman Emperor's tone was always cold. Then take me there, Gu Fei said. Then let's go. As the Shaman Emperor spoke, he directly soared into the sky and disappeared above the sky. Gu Fei stood up, looked at the sky, and smiled. In the next moment, he disappeared on the spot. Zhongtian was incomparably vast. It was the largest of the 5 regions. At the center of Zhongtian, there was a huge snow mountain. This snow mountain reached into the clouds, and one couldn't see the end of it. In the eyes of countless living beings in Zhongtian, this was a sacred mountain. Even when the demonic calamity happened, it was still a pure land, because there was an invisible force on the snow mountain that blocked the demonic energy. Early in the morning, this snow mountain welcomed its 2 guests. 2 figures landed at the foot of the snow mountain. They were Gu Fei and the Shaman Emperor. What's going on? Gu Fei was shocked, because he actually felt the breath of an infinite prime. How is this possible? There was no real infinite prime in the Void Realm. If there was, it was the limitless Sword Master when Yuxian Air fused with Ling Tian Palace Master. That existence might be a real infinite prime. Otherwise, the limitless Demon Master wouldn't have been tortured by the limitless Sword Master. The heaven and earth copper gate is on this mountain. Chapter 53-46. The legend of the copper gate of the heaven and earth had been passed down in the void realm for a long time, so long that no one could remember when it started. However, the location of the copper gate of the heaven and earth was a secret. In the void realm, countless people had heard of the legend of the copper gate of the heaven and earth, but only a few knew where it was. Coincidentally, the Shaman King was one of those who knew where it was. Thus, Gu Fei and the Shaman King appeared at the foot of the snow mountain. Do I have to go up step by step? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown as he stared at the towering snow-capped mountain before him. This snow-capped mountain wasn't just an ordinary mountain. You can try flying in the air. The Shaman King said indifferently. Hee hee, you want to trick me? Gu Fei smiled. This snow mountain was enveloped by a true infinite power, suppressing all the experts who entered, including him. When Gu Fei saw the snow-capped mountain, he knew what it was. I'd better go up step by step. Gu Fei sighed. Then, he jumped down from the boulder and walked up the mountain. The Shaman King followed. The snow mountain in the middle of the sky never melted. Even the emperors in the Void Realm were unwilling to set foot here, because this place hid the greatest secret of the Void Realm. Ordinary people could not go up the mountain, because this snow mountain was too high, and with the existence of the infinite power, ordinary people could not even go halfway up the mountain, not to mention the peak. Since ancient times, only the emperors could reach the peak. While Gu Fei and the Shaman King were climbing the mountain, Long Xiaozhou arrived at Dongyang City in the East Wilderness. The Grand Shaman King just arrived, and your highness is here. What's going on? Seeing Long Xiaozhou appear in Dongyang City, the people of the Sorcerer tribe were confused. Didn't they say that Dongyang City would be managed by the Sorcerer tribe? Your highness, why are you here? Dongyang City, the Grand Shaman King led a group of subordinates to welcome Long Xiaozhou into the hall of the city lord's mansion. Long Xiaozhou walked directly to the throne in the middle of the hall and sat on it. When the Great Mage King and the others saw this scene, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. The Great Mage King had not even warmed his seat as the city lord yet. Go find Yao Wutian for me, Long Xiaozhou said. Yes, your highness. The Great Mage King received the order and left with his subordinates. Yao Wutian was a big shot in the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan because he was the one who led the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan's army and killed their way into the Southern Wilderness. Originally, Yao Wutian could really lead the Eastern Wasteland Demon Race Army to directly kill their way to the Southern Barbarian Royal Capital. But because of Gu Fei's intervention, Yao Wutian had no choice but to retreat. How could the Great Mage King not know of such an amazing person? Very soon, the Great Witch King returned. You found it so quickly? Long Xiaozhou really had to look at the Great Mage King's abilities in a new light. Your Highness, we've found it. Yao Wutian is in southern Qilan City. The Great Witch King said. South Qilan City? Long Xiaozhou couldn't help but frown. Yao Wutian actually went to southern Qilan City. In fact, Long Xiaozhou really didn't want to see Yao Wutian again, because previously in the Southern Barbarian Royal Capital, she said that she didn't want to see this guy again. But now, she had to find Yao Wutian again. This was simply slapping her own face. Thinking of this, Long Xiaozhou was very unhappy. The Azure Dragon Clan of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan actually had some relationship with the West Sea Dragon Clan. However, the relationship between the West Sea Dragon Clan and the Eastern Wilderness Azure Dragon Clan wasn't that good. Looks like I have to make a trip to southern Qilan City. Long Xiaozhou sighed. Your Highness, do you want me to accompany you? The Great Witch King said carefully. Forget it. You better be the city lord here. I'm leaving. Long Xiaozhou came in a hurry and left in a hurry. She directly left Eastern Sun City through the teleportation portal and went straight to southern Qilan City. The distance between the 5 great immortal cities of the Eastern Wilderness was really not close, because the 5 great cities were located in the north, south, east, west, and center. However, between the 5 great immortal cities, there was a teleportation portal that allowed the creatures of the 5 great immortal cities to travel between the 5 great cities. Soon, Long Xiaozhou appeared in southern Qilan City. She was the second disciple of Gu Fei. As soon as she appeared in southern Qilan City, she was directly targeted by the Fire Qilan clan. This was the territory of the Fire Qilan clan. Long Xiaozhou's appearance in southern Qilan City really made the Fire Qilan clan extremely nervous. They were all guessing why Gu Fei's disciple would come to southern Qilan City. Oh no! After receiving the news that Long Xiaozhou appeared in southern Qilan City, the Fire Qilan clan ancestor was shocked. Ancestor, it's not Gu Fei who came. It's really shameful to see you so scared. Hualingxianer laughed. What do you know? If Long Xiaozhou dies here, we will be in big trouble. The Fire Qilan clan ancestor scolded. Hualingxianer also suddenly came to a realization. Lin Xiaodian was still wandering outside. If he took action, Long Xiaozhou would definitely die. Long Xiaozhou was the second disciple of Gu Fei. If she died in southern Qilin City, no matter whether it was done by the Fire Qilin clan or not, it would not be able to escape responsibility. At that time, who could bear the anger of Gu Fei? The fate of the Phoenix clan in Dongyang City was a lesson. Send someone to protect Long Xiaozhou. Hualing Xian was also anxious. She directly turned around and rushed out. It's really troublesome. As the Fire Qilin clan ancestor spoke, he directly transmitted his voice to an Emperor realm expert in the clan. Soon, a figure rushed out of the city lord mansion. The appearance of Long Xiaozhou caused chaos in the Fire Qilin clan. Although the Fire Qilin clan ancestor knew that Lin Xiaotian had left southern Qilin City with East King, it was difficult to guarantee that those two guys would return. Long Xiaozhou did not know that her arrival had brought a lot of trouble to the Fire Qilin clan. Just as Long Xiaozhou was wandering on the street, Hualing Xian found her. Sister Long, long time no see. Hualing Xian smiled and appeared in front of Long Xiaozhou. Isn't this Sister Hualing Xian? I didn't expect to meet you on the street. Long Xiaozhou was not surprised to see Hualing Xian. It would be strange if the Fire Qilin clan did not appear. It's rare for Sister to come to our southern Qilin City. I will be the host and welcome Sister. Hualing Xian smiled. I'm not familiar with southern Qilin City. Please lead the way. Long Xiaozhou pondered for a moment and said, Sister, please. Hualing Xian said and led the way. They directly entered the city lord mansion and came to the backyard. At this time, there was already a banquet in the yard. In southern Qilin City, the safest place was the city lord mansion. Currently, the Emperor realm experts of the four major clans lived in the city lord mansion. Chapter 53-47. Long Xiaozhou's appearance in southern Qilin City was definitely a big deal for the Fire Qilin race. No one knew how severe the consequences would be if something happened to Long Xiaozhou in southern Qilin City. However, Ancestor Venerable didn't want anything to happen to Long Xiaozhou in southern Qilin City. Therefore, as long as Long Xiaozhou was in southern Qilin City, he would have a headache and would have to protect Long Xiaozhou. At this time, Long Xiaozhou was invited to the Castellan Mansion by Hualing Xian. The Castellan Mansion was the safest place in the entire city. Hualing Xian hosted a banquet to welcome Long Xiaozhou. The Fire Qilin race wanted to know why Long Xiaozhou suddenly came to southern Qilin City. Sister, you're looking for Yao Wuyan? Hualing Xian was a little surprised after knowing why Long Xiaozhou was here. Yes, can you find him? Long Xiaozhou asked. I can, but can I ask why you're looking for Yao Wuyan? Hualing Xian was even more curious. Nothing much. I just want to ask where the copper gate of heaven and earth is. Long Xiaozhou told her why she was looking for Yao Wuyan because she didn't need to hide anything. Copper gate of heaven and earth? Hualing Xian was shocked. She didn't expect Long Xiaozhou to come to southern Qilin City for the copper gate of heaven and earth. Even the Emperor realm expert of the Fire Qilin clan, who was protecting Long Xiaozhou in secret, was shocked. The copper gate of heaven and earth was a secret that only Emperor realm experts knew about. Even Hualing Xian didn't know. Sister is looking for the copper gate of heaven and earth? Hualing Xian looked at Long Xiaozhou in shock. It's not me who wants to find it. It's my master who wants to find it, Long Xiaozhou said. What? Hualing Xian was shocked again. This was important news. Gu Fei was looking for the copper gate of heaven and earth. What was going on? Didn't Yao Wuyan say that Gu Fei wasn't interested in the copper gate of heaven and earth? The Emperor realm experts in the Castellan Mansion were all shocked. Currently, the demon sovereigns of the four great demon clans lived in the South Unicorn City Lord Mansion. It was impossible for them not to know that Long Xiaozhou appeared in the City Lord Mansion. What's wrong with Yao Wuyan? The ancestor of the Fire Sparrow race said angrily. Where did Yao Wuyan die? Hurry up and bring him back. The patriarch of the Black Tortoise clan was also furious. These demonic emperors were all communicating through their divine will. Your Azure Dragon clan has gone too far. Ancestor Venerable was also very unhappy. All the demon sovereigns thought that Yao Wuyan was lying, which made Patriarch Green Dragon very depressed. Go and capture Yao Wuyan. Patriarch Azure Dragon gave the order. Very quickly, The experts of the Azure Dragon clan moved out and directly captured Yao Wuyan, who had already left southern Qilin City. This caused Yao Wuyan to be dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on. At this moment, Gu Fei and the Sorcerer Emperor had already entered the snowy mountain where the Copper Gate of Heaven and Earth was located. However, not long after, Gu Fei walked out of the snow mountain again. He directly sent a message to Long Xiaozhou, then returned to the snowy mountain to meet up with the Shaman Emperor. He then walked up the mountain without even turning his head back. The endless snowy mountain was really too high, and they couldn't fly in the air, so they could only walk up step by step. It was really not an easy task to reach the peak, and the legendary Copper Gate of Heaven and Earth was at the peak of this snowy mountain. However, with the speed of Gu Fei and the Shaman Emperor, even if they were walking, it was not slow. The two figures moved quickly on the snowy mountain, and soon, they disappeared on the mountain. Gu Fei's divine will transmission speed was extremely fast. Just as Long Xiaozhou was still drinking with Hualing Xian'er, a divine light descended from the sky and landed directly in front of Long Xiaozhou. Seeing this scene, Hualing Xian'er was shocked, and the demon sovereigns in the dark were even more shocked. This divine light could actually ignore the city defense grand formation and land in the City Lord Mansion? Master's message? Long Xiaozhou grabbed the divine light that was floating in front of her, and the next moment, Gu Fei's voice rang in her mind. What? Master already knows where the Copper Gate of Heaven and Earth is. Long Xiaozhou was shocked. How did Master know where the Copper Gate of Heaven and Earth was? She was very curious. Sister, what's wrong? Seeing Long Xiaozhou stunned for a while, Hualing Xian'er couldn't help but ask. Oh, it's nothing. I don't need to see Yao Wuyan anymore. Long Xiaozhou said to Hualing Xian'er. What? Hualing Xian'er was startled. Could it be that Gu Fei already found the Copper Gate of Heaven and Earth? The demon sovereigns who were about to bring Yao Wuyan to Long Xiaozhou were also startled. What the hell was going on? And Yao Wuyan was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He sighed in his heart. It's so hard for me. Then, Yao Wuyan was questioned by a group of demon sovereigns for no reason. He could only lament in his heart. It's so hard for me. So hard for me. Long Xiaozhou was very happy that she didn't need to see Yao Wuyan anymore. She was in a good mood and suddenly became interested. She pulled Hualing Xian'er to drink. At this time, Gu Fei and the Shaman Emperor had already arrived at the foot of the snowy mountain. Looking around, there was snow everywhere. There's a stone house over there. How about we go and take a look? Gu Fei suddenly realized that there was a stone house not far from them, and the Shaman Emperor nodded. Thus, the two of them walked towards the stone house. When they arrived in front of the stone house, they were shocked. The stone house's door was wide open, and there was a corpse lying at the door. What's going on? Gu Fei was shocked. One should know that ordinary people couldn't come to this place, and those who could were definitely not ordinary people. The corpse at the door was lying on the ground. Gu Fei and the others couldn't see this person's face. At this time, Gu Fei and the Shaman Emperor's cultivation were suppressed. They couldn't use their strength even if they wanted to. Gu Fei suddenly kicked a stone on the ground and smashed it towards the corpse. When the stone smashed on the corpse, there was no movement from the corpse. I'm afraid this person has been dead for a long time. The Shaman Emperor suddenly said. How do you know? Gu Fei looked at the Shaman Emperor curiously. Can't you see that this corpse is already frozen on the ground and is stuck to the ground? The Shaman Emperor said indifferently. Gu Fei looked, and it was really so. However, although this person had been dead for a long time, who could guarantee that this corpse was not dangerous? Forget it. Let's not complicate the issue. Let's go. The Shaman Emperor said. Gu Fei suddenly sneered. In the next moment, he actually punched towards the stone house. There was no strong wave of energy that exploded from his fist. However, the fist wind that Gu Fei punched out was incomparably strong. It actually directly shook the stone house. He directly went forward and punched the wall of the stone house. With a loud sound, the entire stone house directly collapsed. Gu Fei possessed the true limitless martial physique. The power of his punch was not small. The Shaman Emperor was directly shocked by Gu Fei. Chapter 53:48 At the foot of the snow mountain where the copper gate of the universe was located, there was a stone house. Moreover, there was a corpse in front of the stone house. This surprised both Gu Fei and the Sorcerer Emperor. The Sorcerer Emperor was very careful. He wanted to retreat because the situation on the snow mountain was very strange. No one knew what they would encounter on the snow mountain. It should be known that this was a place that even sovereign warriors were not willing to set foot in, because here, even sovereign warriors would be in danger. Since ancient times, many sovereign warriors had entered this snow mountain and then disappeared, never to come out again. The copper gate of the universe could not be opened. Those Runhuang realm warriors who disappeared did not open the copper gate of the universe and enter the legendary world without death. Therefore, everyone guessed that those Renhuang realm warriors who disappeared on the snow mountain were already dead. It was just that they did not know which corner of the snow mountain they died in, because this snow mountain was really too big. Even Runhuang realm warriors would get lost on the mountain and then be trapped on the snow mountain until they died. The Sorcerer Emperor had some concerns, but Gu Fei did not have any. He actually went forward and destroyed the stone house with one palm. This shocked the Sorcerer Emperor. "What are you doing?" The Sorcerer Emperor, who had always been cold, was also nervous at this time. "Isn't it just a stone house? What are you nervous about?" Gu Fei said disapprovingly. "The things on the snow mountain are very strange. Don't complicate things. Let's go quickly." The Sorcerer Emperor looked around. When she found that there was nothing strange around, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Is there something strange about this mountain?" Gu Fei frowned. "What do you think?" The Sorcerer Emperor said impatiently. "I want to see what is in this stone house," Gu Fei said as he slapped out again. Although his cultivation was also suppressed by the power that enveloped the snow mountain, his martial body itself was strong enough. He struck out with his palm, and a powerful gust of wind immediately appeared in front of him. This gust of wind directly blew away the stones. "Pfft, there is nothing." Gu Fei was a little disappointed. That's," Gu Fei suddenly exclaimed. Then, he stretched out his right hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. An item immediately flew out from the scattered bricks and fell into his hand. This was the simplest dragon capturing crane technique. Although Gu Fei's cultivation level was suppressed by the power of the snow mountain, he could still release his essence qi. When the Shaman Emperor saw this, he was also a little impressed. That was because Gu Fei's eyesight was really very good. He was actually able to find this item amidst the countless flying bricks. The Shaman Emperor's gaze landed on the item Gu Fei had mentioned. That item was actually a piece of beast skin, and in this world of ice and snow, something like beast skin should have been frozen solid. However, the Shaman Emperor discovered that the beast skin on Gu Fei's hand was actually incomparably soft. This was very unusual. "A map?" Gu Fei looked at the beast skin in his hand and muttered, "Map? Let me take a look." The Shaman Emperor moved forward to take a look. He saw that on the beast skin on Gu Fei's hand, there was a map. There were countless lines on the map, and there were also words on it. However, it was an incomparably ancient word. Even an old antique like the Shaman Emperor couldn't recognize it. The mountain in the middle of the map, could it be this snow mountain? Gu Fei suddenly pointed at the huge mountain in the middle of the map and said, "The peak of the mountain." The Shaman Emperor muttered, "This is a map of the location of the copper gate of heaven and earth." Gu Fei was a little disappointed. It seemed that the guy who died here had found this place according to the map, and then died here. Why did he die here? Gu Fei really couldn't understand. To others, this map might be very precious, but to him, the map in his hand didn't have any value at all. Gu Fei was about to throw the map away. "Hey, wait, you don't have to send me off." The Shaman Emperor snatched the map from Gu Fei's hand. "Let's continue on our way." As Gu Fei spoke, he turned around and walked away. However, he didn't notice that the corpse that was lying on the ground suddenly opened its eyes, and the eyes of this corpse were blood red. The corpse that was lying on the ground silently stood up and then directly pounced towards Gu Fei. At this moment, the Shaman Emperor was staring at the map in his hand and actually didn't notice that the corpse on the ground had stood up. It was only when the corpse pounced towards Gu Fei that the Shaman Emperor reacted. At this moment, the corpse had already pounced behind Gu Fei and was about to pounce on Gu Fei. The Shaman Emperor was shocked and wanted to warn Gu Fei, but it was too late. At the instant when the corpse was about to pounce on Gu Fei didn't even turn his head and directly swept his right fist behind him. Bam! This fist of Gu Fei's landed solidly on the right temple of the corpse, and the corpse was sent flying for over 10 feet, directly smashing into a pile of snow. Trying to sneak attack me? What a joke. Only then did Gu Fei slowly turn around. At this moment, the corpse had already rushed out from the pile of snow, and it roared in a low voice as it pounced towards Gu Fei and the Shaman Emperor. What's going on? The Shaman Emperor was extremely shocked. This snow mountain was very strange, and she knew it a long time ago. Because she had been here before, she was very respectful towards this snow mountain. Unimaginable and inauspicious things had happened on the snow mountain. Back then, when the Shaman Emperor was still the ruler of South China, she had once ventured into the snow mountain with other emperors from other regions. At that time, 5 emperors had joined forces to venture into the snow mountain, but only 2 of them had returned alive, and the other emperors had remained on this snow mountain forever. Back then, this was a matter that shook the world. It was also because of the trip to the snow mountain that she had been injured, and it had been very difficult for her to recover. This was the reason why the Shaman Emperor had an opportunity to take advantage of. Otherwise, when the Shaman Emperor was at her peak, the Shaman Emperor wouldn't have been a match for the Shaman Emperor, and she wouldn't have been able to defeat the Shaman Emperor and become the ruler of South China. Even though the Shaman Emperor was injured and hadn't come out for a stroll for 3,000 years, she still managed to suppress the Shaman Emperor, causing the Shaman Emperor to not dare to exterminate the sorcerer tribe. You ask me, but who should I ask? Gu Fei was really speechless. A corpse would definitely not suddenly attack people for no reason. What exactly was controlling this corpse? He strode towards the corpse. In terms of close combat, no one in this world could compare to Gu Fei. One must know that he was a martial artist, and a martial artist who had cultivated to the infinite realm. Even the martial ancestor of the past was far from cultivating to this level. The living corpse had just rushed in front of Gu Fei when it was directly grabbed by Gu Fei, and like a sack, it was thrown far away. The living corpse was directly thrown by Gu Fei more than 100 feet away, and it plunged into the pile of snow, leaving only its 2 legs outside, kicking wildly. Chapter 53-49. The culmination snow mountain was a forbidden area in the entire Void Realm. Only those in the Emperor Realm were qualified to enter the range of the snow mountain. This was because it was a forbidden area for life. Beings below the Emperor Realm would not live long if they entered the range of the snow mountain. Even an existence in the Emperor Realm would be in danger if they entered the range of the snow mountain. There were strange beings on the snow mountain that could threaten the Emperor Realm. Right now, Gu Fei and the others had encountered such a being. A living corpse. At this moment, the living corpse that Gu Fei had flung away crawled out of the snow and directly pounced towards Gu Fei and the others. How do we kill this thing? Gu Fei asked the Shaman Emperor beside him. How would I know? The Shaman Emperor looked at the charging living corpse with some fear. How troublesome. Gu Fei directly faced the living corpse. Then, he lowered his body and swept his right leg towards the living corpse's legs. Bam! Crack! The 2 legs of the living corpse were immediately broken, and it fell to the ground. Gu Fei was a genuine, unbounded martial physique. He directly broke the legs of the living corpse. The living corpse fell to the ground, but it still crawled towards Gu Fei. Damn, it's still coming at this point? Gu Fei was speechless. In order to prevent the living corpse from harming others, he directly kicked the living corpse's forehead. In the next moment, the living corpse stopped moving. However, just when Gu Fei thought that he had finished off this living corpse, a bloody light suddenly rushed out of the living corpse's head and shot towards Gu Fei like lightning. Gu Fei slapped out and immediately slapped the bloody light away. With a pop, the bloody light shot onto a rock and directly exploded. Something that looked like blood splattered on the rock. Dirty my hands! Gu Fei looked down and saw that his right hand was stained with a bloody paste. It was extremely disgusting. He hurriedly squatted down and used the snow on the ground to clean the dirty thing off his hand. Could it be the legendary demon bloodworm? The Shaman Emperor suddenly said, "You know about that thing?" Gu Fei stood up and asked, "I don't know. I've heard of it, but it's my first time seeing it." The Shaman Emperor explained, "Let's go." The Shaman Emperor didn't want to stay here any longer. He turned around and left. However, at that moment, countless blood-colored things emerged from the snow around them. Those things looked like tentacles, and on the tentacles, there were countless blood vessels. "Let's go." When the Shaman Emperor saw this, he was instantly shocked. It turned out that there were such things hidden in the snow beneath their feet. They had already been surrounded by these strange things. "Even if you didn't say anything, I would have left anyway." Gu Fei directly carried up the Shaman Emperor and ran up the mountain. As he ran, it was like he was flying on snow. His speed was extremely fast, and the tentacles on the ground could not stop him at all. Gu Fei stomped down, and the strange tentacles that emerged from the snow were directly trampled into a bloody paste. Being carried by Gu Fei, the Shaman Emperor couldn't help but be shocked and embarrassed. She felt the manly aura on Gu Fei's body, and a strange feeling that she had never felt before arose in her heart. What's going on? The Shaman Emperor felt that her face had become boiling hot. She had never felt this way before. "I'm not afraid of these things, but it doesn't mean that you aren't," Gu Fei said. As he carried the Shaman Emperor, he smelled a faint fragrance, and his heart couldn't help but be moved. If there were people from the Shaman tribe who saw this scene, their jaws would definitely drop. One must know that the Shaman Emperor was the supreme existence of the Shaman tribe, and he was their high and mighty ruler. If it wasn't for the Shaman Emperor, the entire Shaman tribe would have long ceased to exist. One must know that if the Shaman Emperor had died in the hands of the Shaman Emperor, the Shaman tribe would have long been annihilated. And now, there was actually someone who was carrying the Shaman Emperor, who was incomparably holy in their hearts. How could the countless people of the Shaman tribe accept this scene? Gu Fei sprinted all the way and directly rushed out of the encirclement of those strange tentacles and came to a snow valley. This snow valley was filled with huge rocks, and there was a thick layer of snow on the ground. If it was an ordinary person, it would be difficult for them to walk here. However, Gu Fei carried the Shaman Emperor and walked on the snow, leaving only a line of shallow footprints. "Put me down quickly." The Shaman Emperor struggled out from Gu Fei's embrace. When she left Gu Fei's embrace, she actually felt a little reluctant. There's something strange here. After Gu Fei entered this snow valley, he felt that something was wrong. Very quickly, he found out what was wrong. There was actually an extremely faint fragrance drifting in this snow valley. He possessed a true boundless grade martial physique, and his sense of smell was many times stronger than the Shaman Emperor's. Gu Fei followed the trace of fragrance in the air and searched for it. "What's wrong?" the Shaman Emperor asked curiously. "You didn't smell anything?" Gu Fei said, "I didn't." The Shaman Emperor was even more curious. At this moment, Gu Fei walked towards the depths of this snow valley. That is, when Gu Fei went deep into the snow valley, he saw that there was actually no trace of snow at the end of the snow valley. Not only was there no snow, but there were also flowers and trees, and it was full of vitality. How is this possible? The Shaman Emperor was so shocked that her eyes widened. She had been to this snow mountain before, but she didn't find such a place with such vitality because there was only snow and rocks here. Moreover, the snow on the snow mountain never melted. In such a cold place, there was no vegetation that could survive. But now, in this snow valley, there was such a scene of vitality, and this was simply unbelievable to the Shaman Emperor. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Gu Fei didn't dare to go forward. He observed carefully and saw that there was a strange small tree rooted on a huge rock in front of him. That small tree was only about a foot tall, but there were 2 fist-sized yellow fruits hanging on it. These 2 fruits were simply like 2 godly suns, emitting a strong heat and dispersing the cold air in the surroundings. True young fruit? I didn't expect to see such a divine medicine here, Gu Fei said with some surprise. He wasn't too interested in this divine medicine. In his inner world, there were many divine medicines that were much better than this true young fruit. But the Shaman Emperor was different. The shaman emperor didn't have the resources that Gu Fei had. True young fruit? You said that this is a true young fruit? The shaman emperor said excitedly. Isn't it just a true young fruit? Is there a need to be so excited? Looking at the shaman emperor's excited look, Gu Fei didn't think much of it. At this moment, the shaman emperor had already rushed forward. Don't! Gu Fei hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop the shaman emperor, but his hand grabbed nothing. Chapter 5350. The culmination snow mountain was really strange. Not only were there strange living corpses, but there were also unimaginable things. In one of the snow valleys on the mountain, there was actually a place full of vitality. And in this place, there was a true young tree. On the true young tree, there were 2 true young fruits that looked like godly sons. These were godly medicines. However, Gu Fei did not place this level of divine medicine in his eyes at all, because he had seen far too many divine medicines that were many times better than the true young fruit. The immortal ancestral dragon godly medicine was now in his inner world. However, the shaman emperor was different. She needed the true young fruit, the godly medicine that had condensed the true young essence. Because there was a problem with her cultivation, she needed the true young fruit to perfect her cultivation. Once her cultivation was perfect, she would be able to take that step. So, when the witch emperor saw the true young fruit, she could not help but rush over. However, just as the witch emperor rushed to the true young tree, a black shadow shot out from the side like lightning, directly towards the witch emperor. Be careful! Gu Fei hurriedly rushed over, but he was still a step too late. The black shadow directly bit the witch emperor's right hand. At this moment, Gu Fei had already rushed over. He stretched out his right hand and pinched the black thing between his index and middle fingers. Gu Fei exerted force, and the black thing directly died. This thing turned out to be a black snake the size of a chopstick. He directly threw the snake to the side. This little black snake looked a little strange. There were actually 4 small claws growing from the abdomen of the little black snake. This was simply a small black flood dragon. At this moment, the witch emperor who was bitten by the little black snake was on the verge of collapse. Her entire right hand had turned black, and a black aura was still spreading to other parts of her body. Gu Fei hugged the tottering witch emperor. He was really shocked. One should know that the witch emperor was an emperor of a generation. Her cultivation was at the peak, and she was already at the peak of the emperor realm. With the cultivation of the witch emperor, she could break through to the half-step emperor realm at any time. Such a powerful being was actually poisoned after being bitten by this little black. Moreover, this poison was very powerful, and even shaman emperors could not suppress the toxicity of this snake poison. No one, not even Gu Fei, could have imagined that this little black snake could actually be so venomous that it could kill an emperor. Even an emperor would die if bitten by this little black snake. With me here, you won't die. Gu Fei directly tore off the shaman emperor's veil. He only felt that his eyes lit up, and a face that could not be any more beautiful appeared before his eyes. It was really hard to describe. Ever since Gu Fei started his career, he had seen countless beautiful women. His wife, Yin was the most beautiful woman in the world. His daughter was also extremely beautiful. But now, the woman who appeared in front of him was more beautiful than all the women he had ever seen. Gu Fei found it hard to believe that there was such a beautiful person in this world. Even Gu Fei was stunned by the shaman emperor's appearance. At this moment, Gu Fei could not care so much. He directly bit his left index finger and dripped a drop of blood into the shaman emperor's mouth. Originally, he could have asked for a drop of the immortal ancestral dragon elixir to save the shaman emperor, but now he did not have the time. It wasn't an easy task to get the elixir from the immortal ancestral dragon divine medicine. Even if he managed to get the elixir from the immortal ancestral dragon divine medicine, the shaman emperor would have died long ago. Gu Fei's martial physique was truly the limitless martial physique. His blood was even more useful than the immortal ancestral dragon elixir. After a drop of blood fell into the shaman emperor's mouth, the layer of black gas that enveloped the shaman emperor's face retreated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very quickly, black blood seeped out of the wound on the shaman emperor's right arm. Not long after, Even the wound caused by the two little black snakes' venomous fangs disappeared. And at this moment, the shaman emperor's state seemed to be a little strange. She struggled out of Gu Fei's embrace and directly sat cross-legged on the ground. Breaking through at this moment? No way. Gu Fei was a little speechless. He did not expect the shaman emperor to break through at this moment. Could it be because of that drop of blood of his? When he thought of this, Gu Fei could not help but be a little confused. His blood was the limitless blood. Although it was only a drop, it was extremely precious. Gu Fei's drop of blood contained the limitless Tao that he cultivated. Sigh. Gu Fei let out a sigh and began to carefully examine the surroundings. He wanted to ensure that there was no danger in this place because the current shaman emperor could not be disturbed. Once he was disturbed, the shaman emperor was very likely to go berserk. Gu Fei had to protect the shaman emperor. Very quickly, Gu Fei examined the surroundings. There were no other dangers in this place. Hence, he sat cross-legged on a large rock that was a dozen meters away from the shaman emperor. Although his power was suppressed, he could still sense the movements of the grass in his surroundings. Actually, if his cultivation recovered to the limitless realm, even the power of the limitless realm on the snowy mountain would not be able to do anything to him. Gu Fei could confirm that the universal copper gate was something from the limitless realm. Otherwise, how could the power of the universal copper gate envelop the entire culmination snowy mountain and suppress the powerful living beings that entered the snowy mountain? At this moment, a snowstorm blew outside the snowy valley. The entire sky darkened, and the wind howled outside. It was incomparably terrifying. However, the snowy valley was very quiet. The snowstorm outside did not affect the snowy valley at all. Gu Fei really could not understand how the snowy valley avoided the snowstorm outside. No wonder no living beings could survive outside. Who could withstand the snowstorm outside? Even if it was Gu Fei himself, he would not be able to withstand the snowstorm outside. Even if he did not die, he would definitely be in an extremely sorry state. He might even be frozen on the snowy mountain. He could feel the temperature outside the snowy valley dropping rapidly. The coldness seemed to be able to freeze the heavens and the earth. However, this place in the snowy valley was not affected. Was it because of the true yang tree? At the end of the snowy valley, a wave of true yang energy had condensed. It was because of the existence of this wave of true yang energy that this place was filled with vitality. The snowstorm outside continued. The wind howled. Within the howling wind, there was ice and snow wreaking havoc on the snowy mountain. Even at the end of the valley, Gu Fei could hear the howling of the wind. The shaman sovereign, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, still had a calm expression. However, the energy in her body was undergoing an earth-shattering change. With the cultivation of the shaman sovereign, she could naturally sense the Tao contained within the drop of limitless blood that Gu Fei had. Epiphany was a cultivation state that all cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. However, there were so many cultivators in the world. Those who could achieve enlightenment were 1 in 10,000. Gu Fei did not know how long it would take for the shaman sovereign to break through the shackles of her cultivation and soar into the sky. All he could do was wait. And at this moment, without any warning, one black shadow after another appeared in the snowy valley. These black shadows were staring at Gu Fei and the shaman sovereign. Chapter 53-51. On the culmination snow mountain, a terrifying storm suddenly erupted. Outside the snow valley, the wind howled, and countless snowflakes were swept up by the wind, wreaking havoc everywhere. However, within the snow valley, it was very calm. The snowstorm outside did not affect the snow valley at all. This made Gu Fei very shocked. One must know that the snowstorm outside was extremely terrifying. The shaman queen was still sitting cross-legged on the ground. She was in a mysterious state of cultivation, and no one knew when she would wake up from such a state of cultivation. Gu Fei was protecting the shaman queen in the snow valley. However, what he was most worried about still happened. In the snow valley, one demonic shadow after another appeared soundlessly. These demonic shadows emitted black demonic aura. The heads of the demonic shadows emitted 2 rays of blood-red light. Those were the eyes of the demonic shadows. These demonic shadows did not seem to need to blink. They were constantly emitting blood-red light. Gu Fei directly stood up from the big rock. He stared at the demonic shadows, and his heart was somewhat shocked. How did these demonic shadows enter? He actually did not sense how these demonic shadows entered the valley. At this moment, a demonic shadow silently pounced towards the shaman queen who was in the midst of breaking through. Oomph! Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly stood between the demonic shadow and the shaman queen. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly punched towards the demonic shadow. However, the demonic shadow still pounced forward and did not stop Gu Fei's fist. Gu Fei's fist directly pierced through the demonic shadow. What? Gu Fei was shocked. Because this punch that he punched out, although it landed on the body of the demonic shadow, although the fist pierced through the demonic shadow, it was as if it had hit the air, and there was no feeling of any impact at all. In the instant that Gu Fei was shocked, the demonic shadow had already pounced on him. In the next moment, Gu Fei felt his entire body turn cold. The demonic shadow entered his body, and a demonic will directly surged towards the center of his eyebrows, wanting to take over his martial body. Overestimating yourself. Gu Fei instantly calmed down. The demonic shadow that had pounced on him actually wanted to occupy his martial body. This was simply courting death. With just a thought, a wave of power erupted from Gu Fei's sea of consciousness, directly destroying the demonic will that was surging towards his glabella. The power that erupted from Gu Fei's sea of consciousness was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the sword of the primordial spirit materialization of the Tao. This power could slay the primordial spirit. In the face of Gu Fei's essence soul Tao sword, the demonic will was as weak as an ant. It was directly destroyed. A faint black shadow rushed out of Gu Fei's body and struggled to dissipate into the void. Humph! So it's just some demonic creatures formed from demonic thoughts. As Gu Fei spoke, the demonic shadows outside had already moved. More than a dozen demonic shadows pounced towards Gu Fei at the same time. They were like phantoms that swept through the void. At that moment, the corners of Gu Fei's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. In the next moment, the center of his eyebrows lit up. Swoosh! More than a dozen rays of essence soul Tao sword light rushed out of the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. As the sword light passed, the demonic shadows that were charging over were all pierced by the sword light and dissipated into the void. It was as if they had never appeared in the first place. In the blink of an eye, these strange demonic shadows were destroyed by Gu Fei's essence soul Tao sword. His cultivation was suppressed by the power of the culmination snow mountain, so he could only use the mystiques of the extreme Tao realm. Even so, he could easily destroy these demonic creatures. Roar! Just as Gu Fei destroyed those demonic shadows, a terrifying demonic roar came from outside the snow valley. Gu Fei lifted his head abruptly and saw a huge demonic face appearing in the sky above the snow valley. This demonic face covered the entire sky of the snow valley and was looking down at him. Piske, come in and fight if you have the guts. Gu Fei directly pointed his middle finger at the hideous and terrifying demonic face in the sky. Rumble. The demonic face in the sky suddenly disappeared. Then, a powerful demonic will exploded and the snowstorm in the sky above the snow valley was triggered. A huge snowstorm tornado swept down from the sky. A huge devouring force came down and actually wanted to swallow Gu Fei and the Witch Emperor into the snowstorm tornado. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. As Gu Fei spoke, he sat down cross-legged. The next moment, Gu Fei's glabella lit up again. It was as if a divine eye had appeared on his glabella. Countless sharp god-slaying sword chi rushed out from his glabella and slashed towards the sky. The sword light shot up into the sky and actually cut the huge snowstorm tornado that was descending from the sky into pieces and dissipated. The sword light formed by the essence soul Tao sword rushed out of the snow valley and disappeared into the snowstorm outside. A demonic shadow also quickly disappeared into the snowstorm outside. That's all. As Gu Fei spoke, he closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Although the demons were strong, he was not to be trifled with. However, this was different from ordinary living beings. It seemed to be just a demonic consciousness. Therefore, It could move freely in the sky and on the ground. It was extremely fast. But Gu Fei and the Witch Emperor were different. They were living beings with flesh and blood. Because of the shackles of their physical bodies, they could not fly. They could only walk step by step on the ground. Of course, at their level of cultivation, their souls were extremely powerful. Their souls could leave their bodies and roam the world with just a thought. But in a strange place like the culmination snow mountain, even Gu Fei and the Witch Emperor did not dare to let their souls leave their bodies. This was because once there was a problem with the divine soul, it would be very troublesome if it could not return to its physical body. Furthermore, Gu Fei was a genuine limitless martial body. His divine soul was very safe in the martial body. But if his soul left the martial body, it was hard to say. Gu Fei would not do such a stupid thing. At this moment, the wind was still howling outside the snow valley, but it was very quiet inside. Sigh, I can't even calm down. It had only been 4 hours when Gu Fei, who was sitting on the rock, suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, the ground outside the entrance of the snow valley suddenly arched up and moved quickly into the snow valley. What is it now? Gu Fei stood up from the rock and grabbed the air with his right hand. A fist-sized rock on the ground flew into his hand. He directly smashed the rock in his hand towards the thing that was walking underground. Pooh! The rock directly smashed into the ground. The next moment, a black shadow broke out from the ground and pounced towards Gu Fei. This thing was actually several feet long and had countless claws on its abdomen. It was actually a giant centipede. The moment this centipede rushed out from the ground, a wave of evil aura immediately spread out in the valley. Monster? Chapter 53-52. The culmination snow mountain was really strange. It was not a good place, nor was it a treasure land. Not only were there demons, there were also monsters. A huge centipede directly rushed into the snow valley where Gu Fei and the Shaman Emperor were. An incomparably powerful demonic aura exploded from the centipede's body. Gu Fei was stunned. Then, he directly punched the centipede monster. He did not care whether it was a demon or a monster. He punched it. Boom. Gu Fei's punch directly hit the centipede monster's hideous head. It directly smashed the centipede monster into the ground. The centipede monster's head immediately sank into the ground. The centipede monster's head was not as hard as Gu Fei's fist. It was directly smashed into pieces and died. The centipede monster's huge corpse smashed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. The centipede monster looked terrifying and powerful, but it could not even withstand one punch from Gu Fei. It was directly killed. There was no other way. Gu Fei's martial body was the true infinite martial body. Although his cultivation had not recovered to the infinite prime realm, his martial body had not changed. No matter how powerful the power of the world in the void realm was, it was impossible for it to return his infinite martial body to a mortal body. The following days were peaceful. Nothing else appeared in the snow valley, and the snowstorm outside also stopped after a few days of raging. Sunlight even fell from the top of the snowy valley into the valley. However, not many days after the sun shone, another snowstorm broke out outside the snow valley. This time, the snowstorm was even more terrifying than the previous one. The entire world darkened, as if it had entered the night. This time, a lot of ice and snow fell into the snow valley. There was even a terrifying sound of avalanche coming from outside. It was a tremor that shook the world. The sun and moon lost their light. Even the snow valley where Gu Fei and the others were in was shaking. Gu Fei finally understood why there were no living beings on the culmination snow mountain. Who could withstand such a snowstorm? After the snowstorm erupted, a few more creatures escaped into the snow valley. 2 snow-white figures walked into the snow valley. The moment the 2 fellows entered the snow valley, they became vigilant and looked around. Snow ape? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he saw the 2 fellows that appeared in the valley. Although the 2 fellows that entered the valley to avoid the snowstorm were walking upright, they weren't humans. Instead, they were snow apes with thick and long snow-white fur. These 2 snow apes were more than 3 meters tall. Gu Fei found a third snow ape. This third snow ape was in the arms of another snow ape. It was a small snow ape. Is this the snow ape family of 3? Gu Fei was very surprised. There were actually snow apes in this kind of place. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, who would believe it? At that moment, the 2 snow apes carefully led the little snow ape deeper into the valley. Soon, the snow apes saw Gu Fei sitting cross-legged on a large rock. The 2 snow apes immediately tensed up. When the 2 snow apes saw the body of the giant centipede on the ground, they were so scared that they retreated. Centipede demons were very powerful. Centipede demons could kill snow apes. Right now, the snowstorm was raging outside the valley. If the 2 big snow apes and the little snow ape left the valley, they would definitely die. The snow apes didn't dare leave the valley because they were afraid of Gu Fei. However, when they saw that Gu Fei wasn't paying attention to them, they relaxed and found a place to stay. In the blink of an eye, a few more days passed. The 3 snow apes were very intelligent, especially the little one. It was very noisy, jumping up and down all day in the snow valley. It couldn't stop. One day, the little snow ape ran over to Gu Fei. It lay on the ground and watched Gu Fei meditate. Gu Fei had been sitting cross-legged on a large rock for the past few days. He didn't move at all, just like a stone statue. At first, the snow apes were afraid of Gu Fei. However, now, the 2 big snow apes weren't afraid of Gu Fei anymore. The little snow ape was even more mischievous. It often played around Gu Fei. However, when the little snow ape tried to get close to the Witch King, Gu Fei grabbed it and threw it away. Of course, Gu Fei didn't want to hurt the little snow ape. The little snow ape was very cute. The first time the little snow ape had been thrown away by Gu Fei, it had been very scared. However, after a few more times, the little snow ape wasn't afraid anymore. Little guy, do you want to cultivate too? Gu Fei suddenly asked. The little snow ape didn't know how to speak. It just jumped onto a large rock and snuggled into Gu Fei's arms. It even rubbed its head against Gu Fei's body from time to time. Gu Fei slowly stroked the little snow ape's fur. His hands were filled with energy. This energy flowed through the little snow ape's body, helping it change its muscles and cleanse its marrow. The little snow ape fell asleep comfortably. When it woke up, its body had become much stronger. The 2 snow apes were guarding outside. They stared nervously at the little snow ape in Gu Fei's arms. It had to be said that the little snow ape was really lucky. Gu Fei had actually helped it change its muscles and cleanse its marrow. Even Xiaoya didn't have this kind of treatment. Boom! At that moment, a black shadow suddenly fell from the sky of the snow valley and smashed into the ground. The black thing suddenly bloomed. Rays of demonic light surrounded it. It was a black demonic flower. In the middle of the flower, there was a demonic figure sitting cross-legged. Gu Fei felt a pulse that resonated with the Tao. This demon was incredible. Its level of cultivation seemed to be very high. In the Void Realm, Gu Fei had only felt this kind of feeling from the Limitless Demon. Could this demon be mentioned in the same breath as the Limitless Demon? At that moment, the demonic aura that had enveloped the demonic flower dissipated. Gu Fei had also seen that demonic figure clearly. It was a woman dressed in black. She had a very young appearance and was also extremely beautiful. If one were to look at her appearance, she would actually not lose to a shaman emperor in the slightest. However, the demonic woman and the witch king were 2 extremes in terms of temperament. The shaman emperor was a fairy that didn't eat the food of the mortal world, but this demoness was very dangerous. At least, Gu Fei felt that this demoness was very dangerous. A cold and terrifying aura spread out from the demoness body. The ground around the demonic flower was instantly covered in a layer of black ice. The 2 snowy apes were scared out of their wits and immediately hid behind Gu Fei. Who are you? Gu Fei looked at the woman sitting cross-legged in the demonic flower. Whoosh! Hearing Gu Fei's voice, the woman sitting cross-legged in the demonic flower suddenly opened her eyes. 2 rays of crimson light immediately rushed out of the black-clothed woman's eyes and shot towards Gu Fei. They were dozens of feet apart, but the crimson demonic light that rushed out of the demonic woman's eyes shot towards Gu Fei in an instant. Chapter 53:53. A demonic flower fell from the sky. The demonic flower bloomed, revealing a demon woman sitting inside. Gu Fei was dumbfounded by this scene. What was going on? At this time, the two snow apes were hiding behind Gu Fei. The snow apes were spiritual divine beasts. The snow ape family of 3 was able to live in the culmination snow mountain. They were much more powerful than ordinary divine beasts. Otherwise, the snow apes would not have been able to survive on culmination snow mountain. The demon woman sitting in the demonic flower opened her eyes, and 2 beams of blood-colored demonic light shot out from her pupils towards Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei casually waved his hand, and the 2 blood-colored demonic lights dissipated in the void as if they had never appeared in the first place. When Gu Fei moved, the little snow ape in his arms woke up. The little snow ape roared at the demon woman. "Okay, little fellow, go to your parents and stay there." Gu Fei handed the little fellow to the 2 snow apes behind him. The 2 snow apes took the little fellow and hid behind the valley. They knew that it was safest to stay near the Witch King. Gu Fei would not let anyone near the Witch King, not even their little fellow. The Witch King was protected by a formation that Gu Fei had set up. "Enter my Tao, and you can live forever." At this time, a demonic thought spread out from the demon woman sitting in the demonic flower. Gu Fei was speechless. What was this guy trying to do? She wanted to spread her Tao? Moreover, she was spreading the demonic Tao, and she even said that she could live forever. Even she wouldn't dare say such a thing. How arrogant. Gu Fei slowly stood up from the boulder and calmly looked at the demoness sitting cross-legged in the demonic flower. "Enter my Tao, and you can live forever." The demoness emitted such a demonic will again. "This again? Don't you have a second one?" Gu Fei said angrily. "Enter my Tao, and you can live forever." The demonic will came again. This demoness among the demonic flowers seemed to only know this one sentence. "I'll destroy you right now." After saying that, both of Gu Fei's feet pushed off the ground and he leapt into the air. He pounced at Demon Woman, who was seated cross-legged in the middle of the demonic flowers. Next, he unleashed a 5 elements fist. Boom! A violent fist force erupted from Gu Fei's fist. The temperature of the entire snowy valley rose rapidly. The fist force was like fire. This was the fire element fist of the 5 elements fist. "Enter my Tao, and you can live forever." The demoness kept saying the same thing. However, when Gu Fei attacked, the demoness who was sitting cross-legged in the demon flower also made her move. She gently tapped out with a finger, directly tapping on Gu Fei's incoming fist. Even Gu Fei couldn't tell how powerful this finger was. However, this finger actually blocked Gu Fei's incomparably powerful fire element fist. The violent fist force actually turned into nothingness under the demoness finger. At the same time, Gu Fei only felt a cold aura coming from the other party's finger on his fist. In the next moment, the blood in his body almost froze. Oomph! Gu Fei wanted to retreat immediately. However, a pale hand grabbed his arm and pulled him into the demonic flowers, facing the demoness. What? Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. In the next moment, a terrifying demonic will invaded his body. Courting death, Gu Fei desperately executed the primordial soul Tao sword secret technique. However, in an instant, the demonic will was destroyed in his body. The demoness screamed in pain and pushed Gu Fei away with her palm. I'll slash. Although Gu Fei was flying backward, he still put his hands together and slashed at the demoness. A sharp sword light rushed out and instantly landed on the top of the demoness' head. However, at this moment, the blooming demonic flower suddenly closed up. The descending sword light struck the demonic flower and disappeared. Io, how dare you devour my sword light? Gu Fei landed on the ground and looked at the closed demonic flower in disbelief. What was this thing? It was even stranger than the infinite demon source in the extreme demon cave. It seemed to be able to devour all the essence chi in the world. Even his sword light was devoured. Gu Fei's sword light was no ordinary sword light. His essence chi was extremely condensed and difficult to devour. However, the demonic flower really devoured his sword light. From within the demonic flower came the demonic woman's crazed roar. In the next moment, the demonic flower transformed into a beam of demonic light that shot up into the sky. It actually rushed into the snowstorm outside the valley and disappeared. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the demoness is crazy? Gu Fei was speechless when he saw this. However, he knew very well that it had been very dangerous just now. Every move he made had been hovering between life and death. If he had been careless, he would have been devoured by the demoness and the strange demonic flower. Gu Fei did not expect the demoness to suddenly leave. It was a pity that his cultivation was suppressed by the power of the culmination snow mountain. Otherwise, he would have been able to capture the demoness. This demoness definitely had a powerful background. Gu Fei really did not expect that there would be such a powerful demon in the void realm other than the infinite demon. This demoness was probably even stranger and more terrifying than the infinite demon. The demoness in the demonic flower was definitely a hidden danger. He did not know if he would be able to meet her again. Gu Fei returned to the lively place and guarded the Witch Emperor. The snowstorm outside the snow valley was still raging. The sky was dark and the wind was howling. From time to time, there would be avalanches, shaking the earth and sky. It was extremely terrifying. However, inside the snow valley, it was very calm. The body of the centipede demon had already been dragged away by the two snow apes. In fact, there was a core inside the centipede demon's body. The two snow apes dug out the core and wanted to give it to Gu Fei, but Gu Fei did not care about it at all. However, the demon clan's inner core was a treasure that could help the snow apes increase their cultivation. Normally, the snow apes would not be able to defeat the centipede demon. This time, the snow apes had gotten lucky. There was limited food in the snow valley. At Gu Fei's level of cultivation, food was meaningless to him. It did not matter whether he ate or not. However, the snow ape family of 3 wanted to eat. Fortunately, Gu Fei could open up his inner world. At this moment, his inner world was like a real macro world. It was incomparably vast and had nurtured countless living creatures. From time to time, Gu Fei would throw out 1 or 2 wild horses and cows from his inner world so that the snow ape family would not have to starve. It was really good to have a world with you. You could have anything you wanted. Gu Fei's inner world had been constantly refined and had gradually evolved into a real world, and he was the ruler of this new world. Another 10 days passed. On this day, the Witch Emperor's body suddenly exploded with a strong wave of yuan qi. Finally succeeded. Chapter 53-54. In an inconspicuous snow valley on the culmination snow mountain, the Witch Emperor had been in seclusion for more than a month. On this day, the lush and vibrant place behind the valley finally emitted an intense wave of elemental energy. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock, opened his eyes abruptly. Finally succeeded? Gu Fei stood up and disappeared in a flash. At this moment, the snow ape family was also alarmed as they looked towards the back of the snow valley in fear. Gu Fei instantly appeared beside the Witch Emperor. Countless spiritual lights appeared around the Witch Emperor. That was spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. At this moment, a huge whirlpool appeared in the sky above the snow valley. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth from all directions converged towards the sky above the snow valley. Then, it descended from the sky and landed on the body of the Witch Emperor. The Witch Emperor was guiding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth frantically. Although the culmination snow mountain lacked vitality, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was denser than any other place in the void realm. Endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously converged towards the Witch Emperor. Countless mysterious Tao patterns emerged and intertwined on the body of the Witch Emperor. These Tao patterns were constantly transforming. The Witch Emperor had finally taken that step. Transcendent Emperor Realm? Gu Fei was a little surprised. The cultivation of the Witch Emperor had suddenly broken through to the Transcendent Emperor Realm. This surprised Gu Fei. A powerful aura erupted from the body of the Witch Emperor. The countless spiritual energy of heaven and earth that converged in the sky was instantly devoured by her. The huge vortex of spiritual qi in the sky above the snow valley also disappeared. At the moment when the Shaman Emperor opened her eyes, the spiritual light around her instantly gathered towards the Shaman Emperor and entered her body in an instant. The powerful pressure of the transcendent emperor realm also retreated like a tide. Interesting. Gu Fei smiled. He waved his hand, and the protective array around the witch emperor was immediately kept by him. Don't you need to undergo heaven tribulation or something? Gu Fei sized up the witch emperor. At this moment, the aura of the witch emperor had become even more ethereal. What cultivation technique did the witch emperor cultivate? Heaven tribulation? What is that? The witch emperor asked. At this moment, Gu Fei recalled that there was no such thing as a heavenly tribulation in the void realm. As long as one's cultivation level was high enough, one could break through to a higher realm. Moreover, the world of the void realm would not send down heavenly tribulations. This was the natural law of the void realm. Nothing. Do you want to continue? Gu Fei smiled. No need. The shaman emperor shook her head. As her cultivation rose, she seemed to have become even colder. Gu Fei noticed this, and he couldn't help but be slightly curious. Exactly what cultivation technique is this little girl, the shaman emperor, cultivating? Don't you need to consolidate your cultivation? Gu Fei asked. No need. The witch emperor said coldly. All right then. Are we going to continue our journey? Gu Fei said indifferently. All right, let's go. The shaman emperor directly walked out of the valley. I've set up a formation in this valley. Things from the outside can't come in. You guys can stay here. Gu Fei said to the snow ape family who were hiding behind a huge rock at the side. After that, he chased after the shaman emperor. During this month, Gu Fei didn't feel very bored in the snow valley, especially the little snow ape, which brought him a lot of fun. The little snow ape suddenly broke free from its mother's embrace and chased after Gu Fei. All right, you don't have to send me off. The fate between us has come to an end. Let's part ways here. After saying this, Gu Fei quickened his pace and instantly disappeared from the little snow ape's sight. The little snow ape stood in the snow, not knowing what to do. It was very reluctant. Gu Fei chased after it out of the snow valley. At this moment, the snowstorm outside had already stopped. The weather outside was bright and sunny. It was a rare good weather. Two figures moved quickly in the snow. Gu Fei liked to wear black. In this snow-white world, he was extremely eye-catching. However, the witch emperor was dressed in white. She blended in perfectly with the snow around her. Especially when she moved quickly in the snow, it was very difficult to discover her. Wherever Gu Fei and the witch emperor passed, they only left very shallow footprints in the thick snow. However, very quickly, they realized that they were actually going in circles on the snow mountain. No matter which direction they went, they would eventually return to the starting point. What's going on? Gu Fei frowned. They stopped in the snow. Everything around them was white. They couldn't see anything else. All they could see was white snow. I've been tricked. Gu Fei sighed and said helplessly. At this moment, if he still didn't know that he had been tricked, he would really be a big idiot. Let's think of a way to get out of here. The witch emperor was very calm. How do we solve this situation? Gu Fei asked. Solve it yourself. Do you need a little girl like me to save you? The witch emperor blinked and said. Gu Fei was speechless. In the next moment, he released his divine will. His divine will was extremely powerful. In an instant, it enveloped a radius of 100 miles. In the culmination snow mountain, his divine will could only be released for about 100 miles. However, what shocked Gu Fei was that he couldn't sense anything in the area that his divine will covered. Interesting. This is really interesting. Gu Fei was a little angry. There was actually a powerful living being that targeted them and trapped them. Moreover, this living being's cultivation was not shallow. If it was slightly weaker, how could it trap Gu Fei and the witch emperor? Sigh. This is really troublesome. Gu Fei sighed. What's the matter? Is there no other way? Do you need a little girl like me to save you? The witch emperor suddenly said. However, her face was still as cold as before. When Gu Fei heard this, he was depressed. How could he be looked down upon by this little girl? At the thought of this, in the next moment, 5 illusory figures dashed out from his body in 5 different directions. When the witch emperor saw this move from Gu Fei, she couldn't help but be moved. This Gu Fei was quite capable. At this moment, The Witch Emperor could see that Gu Fei's cultivation realm was the same as her, a supreme emperor. In the entire Void Realm, there were only a few supreme emperors. The so-called invincible Ling Tian Palace Master was a supreme emperor. Soon, the 5 illusory figures that dashed out from Gu Fei's body rushed back and entered his body. This way, Gu Fei identified a direction and dashed over. The Witch Emperor quickly chased after him. Gu Fei dashed out for a few hundred miles. During this period, he walked in a straight line and didn't deviate from his direction. After he dashed out for a few hundred miles, a huge valley appeared in front of him. The sky above the valley was shrouded by an extremely powerful demonic aura. In the valley, the demonic aura was even more overwhelming. Chapter 53-55. In the culmination snow mountain, Gu Fei and the Shaman Emperor were trapped in the snow and could not get out. Needless to say, they were trapped by a powerful living being with a great ability. They could not get out of the snow no matter how they walked, forcing me to use my ultimate move. Gu Fei used the Divine Will Embodiment technique and split into 5 Divine Will embodiments, rushing in 5 different directions. Very quickly, he found a way out. However, after they followed the way out for a few hundred miles, they came to a valley filled with demonic aura. Gu Fei and the rest realized that apart from the demonic aura, there was no snow in the valley. Trying to use us as weapons? Gu Fei immediately understood that the mysterious living being who trapped them had intentionally lured them here. You dare to plot against us? The Shaman Emperor was furious. Your cultivation has just increased greatly. You can practice. Gu Fei smiled at the Shaman Emperor. Practice what? The Shaman Emperor said indifferently. Practice what? Let men like you do the fighting and killing. The Shaman Emperor's tone was still indifferent. Gu Fei was speechless. You really don't want to. I really don't want to. The Shaman Emperor did not want to fight because she had a super fighter by her side. Why should he fight? As for practice, why did he have to do it in such a strange place like the culmination snow mountain? Since we don't want to fight, then let's go. Gu Fei said and turned to leave. He did not want to find trouble. The great demon in the valley was not easy to deal with. Why did he have to fight the great demon in the valley? The Shaman Emperor followed. However, as they walked, they returned to the valley. Preposterous. Gu Fei was really angry. Was the guy in the dark forcing them to fight to the death with the great demon in the valley? What do we do now? The Shaman Emperor frowned and said, What else can we do? The enemy of our enemy is our friend. Since the guy in the dark wants to play, then let's play with this scoundrel. Gu Fei said and strode towards the opposite valley. The Shaman Emperor was a little speechless. However, Gu Fei's words seemed to make a lot of sense. Gu Fei and the Shaman Emperor walked into this valley that was filled with demonic aura. In the valley, there were rocks everywhere, and many skeletons were scattered around the rocks. As they walked in, they did not encounter any monsters. What happened? Gu Fei was a little puzzled. There were no monsters in this valley. How was this possible? The valley was very quiet, which was very unusual. It shouldn't be. Gu Fei released his spiritual force, but he realized that his spiritual force was useless in this place. His spiritual force was only able to extend a distance of a few dozen feet. What was the use of a distance of 100 feet? There was a force in the valley that could suppress spiritual will. In this way, Gu Fei did not dare to be careless. Gu Fei's martial body was very strong, but his cultivation level could not keep up. With just his powerful martial body, he could protect himself. However, he could not protect the Shaman Emperor. Be careful, Gu Fei said to the Witch Emperor. Do I need you to say that? The Witch Emperor said. Just as they walked all the way into the valley and came to the middle of the valley, black shadows suddenly rushed out from the surrounding rocks. These black shadows directly surrounded Gu Fei and the Witch Emperor. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled when he saw the black silhouettes charging out from the surrounding rubble. These black silhouettes were actually large black centipedes. Each of these centipedes was much larger than the centipede demon that had appeared in the Snow Valley before, and they were also much more ferocious. Gu Fei realized that there were at least a few hundred centipedes in the surroundings. Finally going to make a move? Gu Fei smiled. The surrounding centipedes were like snakes, raising their ferocious and terrifying heads, staring at Gu Fei and the Witch Emperor, but did not immediately pounce towards the two of them. Don't hide. Your enemy led us here, and you naturally know why. Gu Fei's spiritual force spread out. Although his spiritual force could only be released more than 10 times in the valley, it was enough. Humans, all of you deserve to die. Very soon, a spiritual force was transmitted into Gu Fei's mind. What nonsense! The human race deserves to die, but the demon race doesn't. Gu Fei scolded. In the next moment, the few hundred centipedes around Gu Fei and the Witch Emperor pounced towards them. 9 heaven-punishing swords. Gu Fei also made a move. 9 rays of sword light swept out in all directions. Wherever the sword light passed, the surrounding big centipedes that pounced were directly cut into 2 at the waist. Wherever the extremely swift and fierce sword light passed, even the surrounding incomparably hard boulders were cut off like tofu. Hundreds of ferocious big centipedes were killed by Gu Fei in seconds. It could not be helped. His sword principle was just so awesome. In terms of sword principle, even the person who created the 9 heaven-punishing swords could not be compared to him. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the valley. In the next moment, endless demonic aura erupted from the depths of the valley, instantly enveloping the entire valley. The entire sky darkened in an instant. Is it finally coming out? Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back, smiling as he looked at the billowing demonic aura in the sky above the valley. You are actually very calm. The Witch Emperor glanced at Gu Fei and said, Aren't you also very calm? Gu Fei smiled. He had the infinite martial physique and was not afraid of anyone, be it demons or demons. This was his confidence, but the Witch Emperor was also so calm. Did the Witch Emperor think that he was invincible after breaking through to the transcendent Emperor realm? Even he, Gu Fei, did not dare to say that he was invincible. Damn the human race. A powerful spiritual force descended from the sky. Then, a figure appeared in front of Gu Fei and the Witch Emperor, staring at them. I'm going to be angry if you still say that. Gu Fei communicated with the figure in front of him using his spiritual force. The fella in front of him was not a human, but a fox with 9 tails. The legendary 9-tailed demon emperor. I'm going to kill you. The 9-tailed demon fox emperor glared at Gu Fei fiercely. This fellow was the one who had killed all of its centipedes. Is there any meaning in killing here and there? Who is your opponent? Why did you lure us here? Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. The moment the 9-tailed demon fox emperor heard this, she was stunned. This human seemed to be different from all the other humans she had seen before. Is this the doing of that snow demon again? The 9-tailed demon fox emperor raged. Since you know who your opponent is, why don't we work together to lure that fella out and kill him? Gu Fei suggested. What? The 9-tailed demon fox emperor was taken aback. These 2 humans wanted to kill the snow demon? That was a snow demon. Outside, snow demons were the rulers of this snowy mountain. They could hide within the snow and have countless of clones. Chapter 53-56. There was actually a snow demon on Culmination Snow Mountain. This surprised Gu Fei and the Shaman Emperor. So it was the snow demon's doing. It trapped them and lured them to the 9-tailed fox emperor. Obviously, the snow demon wanted Gu Fei and the Shaman Emperor to fight with the 9-tailed fox emperor. However, how could Gu Fei fall for such a trick? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He planned to have a chat with the 9-tailed fox emperor and see if he could join forces with it to trick the snow demon. You want to join forces with me to kill the snow demon? The 9-tailed fox emperor was surprised to hear Gu Fei's intention. That's right. Let's see if you dare. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and smiled at the 9-tailed fox emperor. This fellow was a ruthless character on Culmination Snow Mountain. It wouldn't be a bad thing to join forces with it, because they lacked someone who knew everything about Culmination Snow Mountain. But you killed my pet. The 9-tailed fox emperor glanced at the centipede corpses on the ground and its eyes turned sharp again. "These are your pets?" Gu Fei frowned and said, "That's right. Do you have a problem with that?" The nine-tailed fox emperor said coldly, "No, I just feel that your hobby is a little special." Gu Fei smiled. "What do you mean by that?" The nine-tailed fox emperor said angrily, "Nothing else. If you want to find a pet, there are many in the outside world. Why don't you walk out of this snow mountain?" Gu Fei said curiously, "The outside world? What's out there? I've never left the past." The nine-tailed fox emperor's eyes lit up when it heard that. This nine-tailed fox emperor was actually a native creature of Culmination Snow Mountain. Ever since it awakened its intelligence, it had been staying in the snow mountain and had never left it. Moreover, other than the safety of this valley, the outside of the valley was very dangerous. The nine-tailed fox emperor had once seen living beings more powerful than it perish in body and soul after being struck by lightning falling from the sky. That scene had truly frightened the nine-tailed fox emperor. The higher the cultivation, the more the nine-tailed fox emperor felt that the outside of the valley was incomparably dangerous. Furthermore, there was an annoying snow demon outside. The snow demon had its eyes on the nine-tailed demon fox emperor. The snow demon wanted to devour the nine-tailed demon fox emperor to raise its own cultivation base. Between the living beings of Culmination Snow Mountain, there were only two paths: devouring others or being devoured by others. The nine-tailed demon fox emperor naturally did not want to be devoured by other great demons. "If you promise to find me some pets, I'll work with you," the nine-tailed fox emperor said. Seeing the nine-tailed fox emperor agree so readily, Gu Fei was a little dumbfounded. He had thought that he would have to resort to some tricks to convince the nine-tailed fox emperor. Who would have thought that the nine-tailed fox emperor's request would be so simple? "Of course, Snow Yao's inner core is mine," the nine-tailed fox emperor said. "It's yours, it's yours. It's all yours. We don't want anything else. We just want to get rid of that Snow Yao. How about that?" Gu Fei said nonchalantly. "You guys really don't want anything?" The nine-tailed fox emperor stared at Gu Fei and said with a serious expression, "This daddy here is a man of his word. If I say that I don't want it, then I don't want it. Do you think I'd trick you?" Gu Fei said coldly, "Haha, that's great." The nine-tailed fox emperor laughed out loud. I want to ask one more thing." Gu Fei looked at the nine-tailed fox emperor and said with some hesitation, "Ask what you want to know." The nine-tailed fox emperor was in a great mood. "Then I'll ask." Gu Fei looked at the nine-tailed fox emperor. "What are you blabbering for? Hurry up and ask." The nine-tailed fox emperor was getting impatient. It was already thinking about how to refine the Snow Yao's inner core. "Are you male or female?" Gu Fei looked at the nine-tailed fox emperor and said with a straight face, "What?" The moment the nine-tailed fox emperor heard this, she was stunned. Even the witch emperor beside Gu Fei was taken aback. However, she wanted to know if this nine-tailed fox emperor was male or female as well. If it was female, then it would be a good idea to capture this fella as a pet after killing the snow demon. The nine-tailed fox emperor would never have imagined that these two humans would be thinking about how to capture it as a pet. One had to admit that this nine-tailed fox emperor was a little lacking in intelligence. Looking at how easy it was to deal with this nine-tailed fox emperor, Gu Fei and the witch emperor started to have some thoughts about this fella. Nine-tailed fox emperor was a legendary supreme demon. In the void realm, the fox race was on the decline. It was already hard enough for one to cultivate to 5 or 6 tails, let alone 9. Furthermore, this nine-tailed fox emperor was way too adorable. Its entire body was shrouded in a 9-colored demonic glow, and its 9 furry tails swayed around its body. If one could have a pet like this and bring it out for a spin, that would definitely be the highlight. What male? What female? You be *starred. The nine-tailed fox emperor turned around and dashed into the back of the valley. Gu Fei and the witch emperor looked at the nine-tailed fox emperor fleeing into the depths of the valley and couldn't help but be shocked. What was going on? "So it's a female," the witch emperor said calmly. "Female? How did you know?" Gu Fei asked curiously. Even he couldn't tell if this nine-tailed fox emperor was male or female. How could the witch emperor tell? "Are you dumb? Can't you see that this fella is shy?" The witch emperor looked at Gu Fei and said impatiently, "This." Gu Fei was speechless. In the end, girls were still more meticulous. As a man, he didn't notice this at all. He had to admit that girls did have an advantage in certain aspects. However, this witch emperor had roamed the void realm for thousands of years. It couldn't be described as a girl anymore. This fellow was a real old demon hack. Of course, Gu Fei didn't dare to say this out loud. If he did, wouldn't this witch emperor fight him to the death? Just as Gu Fei and the witch emperor entered the valley, a snow-white figure appeared on a snowy land outside the valley. This figure seemed to have become one with the surrounding snowy land. No one could sense her existence. What's going on? They didn't fight? This was a beautiful woman who was even colder than the witch emperor. The place where she stood was covered with a thick layer of ice. She was extremely curious. In the past, when those fellows entered the valley, they would fight with the fox in the valley. Those humans in the past weren't a match for the fox. And in the recent hundreds of years, she hadn't been able to lure the human experts into the valley, especially when the 5 great living beings joined forces to barge into the mountain previously. Not only did they break her divine ability, they almost injured her. Naturally, it was hard for her to lure the 5 great living beings into the valley. Chapter 53-57. The Valley of the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox Emperor was actually a completely different world. At the end of the valley, there was actually a pool that was neither too big nor too small, and above the pool, there was actually a waterfall. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei and the Shaman Emperor were a little dumbfounded. Under the bitter cold of the culmination snow mountain, there was actually a waterfall and a pool in this valley. This was simply a miraculous sight. In the culmination snow mountain, this scene was definitely a miraculous sight. Moreover, for such a miraculous sight to appear, it meant that there was something extraordinary here. Otherwise, how could there be a waterfall and a pool? Gu Fei and the Shaman Emperor came to the side of the pool, but did not see the nine-tailed demon fox emperor. Where did this fellow hide? Come in. The nine-tailed demon fox emperor's divine will actually came from behind the waterfall. So that's how it is. Gu Fei and the Shaman Emperor were a little surprised. So there was actually a cave behind the waterfall. Although ladies first, I'll go first. Seeing that the Shaman Emperor was about to leap into the cave behind the waterfall, Gu Fei stretched out his hand to stop her. Who knew what was in the cave behind the waterfall? What if it was a trap set by the nine-tailed demon fox emperor? Gu Fei possessed the infinite martial physique. Even if a true infinite martial physique wanted to kill him, it would not be that easy. Moreover, the nine-tailed demon fox emperor only had the cultivation of the transcendent emperor realm. Hence, even if there was a trap in the cave behind the waterfall, Gu Fei was not afraid. But the Shaman Emperor was different. She did not have a tyrannical martial physique like Gu Fei. The Shaman Emperor stopped. Her entire person gave off a cold feeling. However, it was unknown whether it was because she had refined the drop of infinite true blood from Gu Fei, but she seemed to treat Gu Fei a little differently. Gu Fei directly leaped and instantly passed through the waterfall, then landed on a platform behind the waterfall. Gu Fei took a look and saw that there was a huge door in front of him. At this time, the door was wide open, and there were 4 words written on the door. 4 words that Gu Fei didn't recognize. However, when Gu Fei scanned the 4 ancient words with his spiritual force, a faintly discernible spiritual force emerged from the 4 ancient words. Small void paradise? Gu Fei frowned. What the hell was this? At this moment, the Shaman Emperor entered as well. There's actually a grotto heaven here? The Shaman Emperor was also very shocked. A heavenly abode was a small world created by a supreme existence. This was a truly unique heavenly abode. In the Void Realm, because the natural laws were very strong, it was not easy to create a heavenly abode. In the Void Realm, only those at the Emperor Realm and above could create their own paradise. However, an Emperor Realm paradise wasn't too stable. It required constant reinforcement to prevent it from collapsing. This paradise definitely wasn't created by the Fox Emperor. That was because the entrance to this paradise was not new. The entrance gate was filled with traces of time. This was an incomparably ancient thing. This was something that couldn't be faked. Come in. The nine-tailed fox emperor's spiritual force transmitted from the gate. Are we going in or not? Gu Fei replied with his spiritual force. Of course. Why not? Are you afraid? The shaman emperor glanced at Gu Fei and said, What? I'm afraid? There's nothing in this world that I'm afraid of. Gu Fei said as he strode towards the gate and entered without hesitation. They were communicating through spiritual force, so the nine-tailed fox emperor didn't know what they were talking about. The fox clan had always been known for their cunning. This nine-tailed fox emperor was definitely the strongest existence in the fox clan. It was a fellow at the level of an ancestor. Could it be that this fellow was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Gu Fei was really worried about this. He directly entered this small void paradise. A gust of spiritual chi rushed towards him, and then his eyes lit up. He saw a blue sky and white clouds, and a refreshing scent filled his surroundings. A heaven and earth. Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised that there was such a heaven and earth in the Culmination Snow Mountain. It was really surprising. One must know that the Culmination Snow Mountain was a forbidden area. Countless powerful beings in the Void Realm didn't dare to step into this place. And in the Culmination Snow Mountain, there were local powerful beings. Although there were only a few of them, each of them was extremely powerful. Even an emperor would find it hard to protect themselves here. This nine-tailed fox emperor was a transcendent emperor. As for the snow demon outside, it was also at the half-step transcendent emperor realm. This snow demon had encountered the barbarian emperor and the other 4 monarchs earlier. The reason why it was chased away by the 5 monarchs was because the 5 monarchs had powerful Dao artifacts. If the barbarian emperor and the other 4 emperors didn't have powerful Dao treasures, they would have been killed by the snow demon. The snow demon didn't dare to attack the nine-tailed fox emperor's territory because the nine-tailed fox emperor was a transcendent emperor. The snow demon didn't dare to step into the valley where the nine-tailed fox emperor was, because once she entered, she wouldn't be able to come out. It really is a heaven and earth. At this moment, the witch emperor entered as well. Hee, aren't you guys afraid that I'll set up a trap here and kill you guys? The nine-tailed fox emperor's spiritual will came down from the skies. Gu Fei raised his head and looked up. To his surprise, there was a floating palace high up in the skies. It was a black palace that was pitch black in color. It was extremely striking in the skies. When did it appear? Gu Fei was taken aback. When he looked up, there wasn't any black palace in the skies at all. At this moment, Gu Fei realized that his spiritual will was no longer being suppressed. With a single thought, the entire heaven and earth changed colors, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. The nine-tailed fox emperor's spiritual will came down from the black palace. It was extremely shocked. To think that the spiritual will of this human was so strong that it could affect the entire heaven and earth. This isn't good. The nine-tailed fox emperor was starting to regret luring these 2 humans into this heaven and earth. Little fox, why aren't you coming out to welcome your master? The moment Gu Fei's spiritual will was no longer being suppressed, he turned tough immediately. What did you say? The nine-tailed fox emperor within the black palace was enraged. This damned human was up to no good indeed. To think that he would want to be its master. Your daddy here shall rip him into shreds right now. The nine-tailed fox emperor was a vicious character as well. The moment her killing intent rose, a chilling killing intent burst forth from within the black palace, causing the temperature of the entire heaven and earth to plunge. This little fox is mine. You can't snatch it from me. The tone of the witch emperor was as cold as ever. This time around, ladies first. Please. Gu Fei made a welcoming gesture towards the witch emperor. This time around, he wasn't going to fight with the witch emperor. However, if he wanted to subdue this little fox, the witch emperor would have to do it personally. He wasn't going to help the witch emperor. He was waiting for the witch emperor to fail to subdue this little fox so that he could take advantage of it. How could the witch emperor not know what Gu Fei was trying to do? However, she wasn't going to give Gu Fei another chance to strike. She was going to use this little fox as a practice target. Chapter 53-58. The minor void grotto heaven was a strange place. Gu Fei's cultivation was not suppressed here. In other words, His cultivation had recovered after he entered the minor void grotto heaven. Gu Fei's cultivation had disappeared when he accidentally entered the void realm because he was suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the void realm. If he wanted to recover his cultivation in the void realm, he would have to recultivate in the void realm. Of course, even though he had to recultivate, his cultivation speed was extremely fast. In a short period of time, his cultivation had recovered to the eternal realm, which was the supreme emperor realm in the void realm. The laws of heaven and earth in the void realm were extremely powerful. The God realm cultivators in the void realm were equivalent to the supreme experts in the human realm. Therefore, if the God realm cultivators from the void realm entered the human realm, they would be at the supreme expert level and could compete with the supreme experts. But now, after Gu Fei entered this utopia, the laws of heaven and earth in the void realm disappeared. Therefore, his strength was constantly awakening. Sigh, little fox, you are destined to be a pet this time. Gu Fei could feel the recovery of his cultivation. The corners of his lips curled up and a devilish smile appeared on his face. With just a thought, Gu Fei's divine will enveloped the entire minor void utopia. He could feel the pulse of heaven and earth. That is, Gu Fei was shocked to find that the center of the utopia was the black hole in the sky. In other words, controlling the black hole would mean becoming the owner of this utopia. There must be something to stabilize the utopia. It could be the black hole in the sky, a stone tablet, or any kind of seal, copper seal, or golden seal. The object used to suppress the grotto heaven could be anything. The person who created the grotto heaven could use whatever he liked to suppress the grotto heaven. This was a very casual matter. The black hole in the sky was the stabilizing object of this utopia. No wonder the nine-tailed fox emperor was hiding in the black hole. At this moment, the witch emperor's white robe fluttered as he appeared in the sky. Then, endless divine light lit up the sky. The powerful supreme emperor realm energy erupted from the witch emperor's body. Rumble. The entire utopia shook. Human, you're courting death. The nine-tailed fox emperor's divine consciousness spread out from the black hole. In the next moment, countless ancient Tao patterns appeared on the black hole. Every Tao pattern gave off a dazzling divine light. Those Tao patterns turned into countless sharp blades that slashed towards the witch emperor. The shaman emperor waved her sleeves, and the countless light blades that were slashing towards her were all shattered in the void. After that, she clenched her right hand into a fist and directly punched towards the black temple. So fierce, Gu Fei shot up into the sky. He brought out a table and a chair, and then plucked some immortal fruits from his inner world. He even took out some immortal wine. He was actually drinking and eating immortal fruits, watching the show. Recently, he did not feel like eating meat. There were countless delicious immortal fruits in his inner world. When the shaman emperor, who was fighting with the nine-tailed demon fox emperor, saw how leisurely Gu Fei was, he couldn't help but be speechless. The nine-tailed demon fox emperor controlled the killing formation on the black hole. A terrifying killing intent exploded from the black hole, and all the living beings in the utopia were terrified to the extreme. Nothing major had happened in this utopia. All the living beings here knew that the owner of this utopia was the nine-tailed demon fox emperor. The nine-tailed demon fox emperor had even built her own kingdom here. She was the empress of this kingdom. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly felt three powerful auras rushing out from the depths of the utopia. Roar! In the sky, a tiger that was even larger than a mountain was roaring. On the other side, there was a huge snake coiled in the clouds like a giant dragon. A pair of blood-red eyes flickered in the clouds. In the other direction, there was a person. That's right, this person was still wrapped in chains. He was tall, had a head of messy hair, and a full beard. His entire body exuded an incomparably wild aura. What's going on? Gu Fei frowned. These three fellows were all Emperor Realm existences. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the powerful aura erupting from the Shaman Emperor and the nine-tailed Demon Fox Emperor. Who would have thought that there were three Emperor Realm experts hiding in this place? Save me. At this moment, a divine consciousness was transmitted to Gu Fei. A voice rang in his mind. Gu Fei turned his head in the direction of the divine consciousness. He saw a pair of eager eyes staring at him. That divine consciousness came from that incomparably wild fellow. Save you? How? Gu Fei also sent a strand of his spiritual will over. Could this fellow have been captured by the nine-tailed demon fox emperor? The savage fellow's hands were wrapped in chains, and his body was draped in beast skin. He looked like he had walked out of a primitive tribe. I have a restrictive spell cast by that demon fox. If you can help me remove it, you will be my master. The fellow continued to transmit his voice to Gu Fei. You're called Manquang. Are you from the southern barbarians? Do you know the barbarian emperor? Gu Fei asked. Barbarian emperor? What barbarian emperor? I'm the barbarian emperor. Manquang said. Hee, if you're the barbarian emperor, then who's the guy I killed? Gu Fei smiled. What? You killed the barbarian emperor? Manquang couldn't help but be shocked. I've been trapped here for at least 20,000 years. Did another barbarian emperor appear in the southern barbarians? Manquang muttered to himself. The one fighting with that little fox is the shaman emperor. Do you know him? Gu Fei said. What? Manquang was shocked to hear this. How is this possible? How could the shaman emperor appear here? Manquang said in shock. Lord Shaman Emperor, is that you? Manquang said loudly. Who are you? The shaman emperor transmitted his divine consciousness. At this moment, the barbarian emperor displayed his great divine ability and fought the nine-tailed demon fox who controlled the Black Temple. Lord Shaman Emperor, I'm Xiao Man, the one you saved from the beast lair. Manquang said excitedly. You're that little guy? The shaman emperor was very surprised. That was tens of thousands of years ago, but she still clearly remembered the little guy called Manquang. This little guy stayed in the beast lair for 3 days and 3 nights and miraculously survived. Manquang later became the emperor of the southern barbarians and managed the entire southern barbarians for the shaman emperor. However, one day, Manquang disappeared. The shaman emperor once went to look for him but naturally couldn't find him. Who would have thought that Manquang would come to the culmination snow mountain and then be captured by the nine-tailed demon fox emperor and trapped in this grotto heaven? Which emperor? I didn't expect to meet an old friend here. Gu Fei said with a smile. As soon as Gu Fei said this, Manquang glared at him. All right, I'll save you. Chapter 53-59. In the history of Nanman, Manquang was a powerful and overbearing barbarian emperor. Although he managed Nanman on behalf of the shaman emperor, he was not close to the sorcerer tribe. This was something that no one would have expected. Therefore, even among the sorcerer tribe, there were many who disliked him. Manquang had also offended many of them. However, he was an emperor. At that time, only the shaman emperor could suppress him, and he had never dared to disrespect the shaman emperor. When Manquang disappeared, many people in the sorcerer tribe were gloating. Manquang's disappearance had shocked the entire Nanman, and even the entire Void Realm. Now, the mystery of Manquang's disappearance had finally been revealed. He had been captured by the nine-tailed fox emperor on Culmination Snow Mountain and became its prisoner. Manquang had definitely suffered a lot at the hands of the nine-tailed fox emperor. In this grotto heaven, Gu Fei's cultivation had recovered. With a wave of his hand, the restrictive spell on Manquang was forcibly erased. Roar! Manquang felt the surging power in his body. He couldn't help but roar at the sky. Terrifying sound waves spread out in all directions, causing the void to tremble. Visible spatial ripples spread out into the distance like transparent water waves. Is that guy crazy? Sitting cross-legged in the clouds, the giant serpent and the tiger that was even larger than a mountain were startled. Thank you for saving us, master. Manquang did what he said and immediately recognized him as his master. You're welcome, Gu Fei said with a smile. Did he poach the shaman emperor's disciple this time? Master, I have some personal grudges to settle. Please allow me. Manquang glanced in the direction of the giant serpent and the tiger. Go, go. Gu Fei didn't care much. Manquang's cultivation had been sealed by the nine-tailed fox emperor, making him the weakest among the 3 emperors. Therefore, Manquang had been tortured by the 2 demon emperors. Now that Gu Fei had helped him remove the seal, His cultivation had soared to the peak of the Emperor realm. At this time, he naturally wanted to take revenge. Swoosh! Barbarian Kwong charged towards the giant serpent in the clouds. Man Kwong, your guts have grown bigger. The giant snake wasn't easy to bully. When it saw Man Kwong rushing over, it raised its head and spat out a mouthful of black gas. This black gas was different. It was the life poison that this giant snake had cultivated for its entire life. It was definitely the most poisonous thing in the world. Even a wisp of this poisonous gas could easily kill a martial monarch. Even Man Kwong would die if he was hit by the snake's poisonous gas. However, Man Kwong opened his mouth, inhaled, and then exhaled. Suddenly, an extremely strong gust of wind appeared high up in the sky, and the black gas that was spewing towards Man Kwong was directly blown back towards the giant serpent. What? The giant snake was taken aback. It hurriedly opened its mouth and sucked the poisonous gas back into its body. This was the snake's life poison. This poisonous gas was completely under the snake's control. All of it was sucked back into its body. Die. Man Kwong was incomparably domineering. He directly punched towards the giant snake. Man Kwong, are you rebelling? The giant snake was shocked and angry. The clouds it was hiding in were blown away by Man Kwong's breath, revealing its mountain-like body. I'm rebelling. So what? Man Kwong roared. The giant snake swung its tail, sweeping towards Man Kwong. Boom! Man Kwong's punch landed on the giant snake's tail. In the next moment, blood splattered, and a bloody hole appeared in the snake's tail. I suddenly feel like eating snake stew. Man Kwong grinned at the giant snake. You! The giant snake retreated, instantly distancing itself from Man Kwong. However, Man Kwong's speed and strength had skyrocketed to a level that made the giant snake's heart palpitate. The current Man Kwong was no longer someone they could casually bully. Man Kwong chased after the snake like a shadow. Tiger King, you're still in the mood to watch the show? The giant snake roared at the ferocious tiger in the distant sky. Roar! The ferocious tiger roared, and in the next moment, it directly pounced towards Man Kwong, its claws directly tearing at Man Kwong. The Tiger King's sharp claws emitted an incomparably sharp cold light. If Man Kwong was caught, he would probably be torn to pieces. Man Kwong raised his hand and punched upwards. Buzz! The void shook, and the Tiger King's claws were directly sent flying. An incomparably powerful fist force erupted, as if the sky was blasted open by his fist. What? The Tiger King was shocked. How did this guy suddenly become so strong? The Tiger King and the giant snake had always bullied Man Kwong. If Man Kwong dared to resist, he would be even more miserable. This guy who was usually bullied suddenly became so strong. This was something that the Tiger King and Snake King couldn't accept. Haha. Flying Tiger, Mysterious Snake. Didn't you guys always bully me? Now let's exchange. How about I bully you guys too? Man Kwong laughed wildly and attacked. This guy. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei's eyes lit up. This Man Kwong was very domineering. Man Kwong fought against the Flying Tiger King and Mysterious Snake King alone. On the other side, the battle between the Witch King and the Nine-Tailed Fox King had also reached its climax. At this moment, the Witch King was extremely powerful. Her sleeves fluttered, and countless sword lights condensed in the void, slashing towards the black hall. The sword lights slashed on the black hall, and the clanging sounds were endless. The Nine-Tailed Fox King hid in the black hall and actually refused to come out. This made the Witch King somewhat unable to deal with this guy. The black hall was an incomparably sturdy tortoise shell. With the Witch King's cultivation, it was impossible to break through the black hall. Outrageous. Come out and fight if you have the guts. Even the Witch King was a little scared after attacking for a long time without success. Teske, try attacking if you have the guts. The Nine-Tailed Fox King sneered. Damn it. The Witch King's sword will was like water, penetrating through all openings. However, when it came into contact with the black hall, the defense of the black hall was simply flawless. Moreover, the entire black hall was an incomparably huge Tao artifact. Moreover, this Tao artifact seemed to be in a deep slumber, and the power of the black hall had yet to truly awaken. The Witch King could sense that there was a shocking power hidden within the black hall. Once this power exploded, it would definitely be terrifying enough to destroy the world. This was also what the Witch King was worried about. She still had to be wary of the power that had yet to awaken in the black hall. Can you do it? If you can't, let me do it. Gu-Fei smiled. Get lost. Chapter 5360. The nine-tailed fox emperor was really cunning. She hid in the black hall and did not come out. No matter how the shaman emperor attacked from the outside, she only controlled the killing formation to defend. However, the nine-tailed fox emperor could not control the black hall completely. The power that she could draw from the black hall was probably not even a 10,000th of the black hall's true power. If the nine-tailed fox emperor could control the black hall completely, the shaman emperor would probably be dead the moment she attacked. Why would she be trapped in the black hall? Actually, the nine-tailed fox emperor's cultivation and battle prowess were above the shaman emperor's. However, she had a feeling that if she left the black hall, she would be in danger. She knew very well that the danger did not come from the shaman emperor, but from that human man. That human man was the source of the nine-tailed fox emperor's unease. Ever since the human man entered her grotto heaven, he seemed to have become a different person. Actually, Gu-Fei had concealed his aura. He did not release the aura of an infinite prime. However, the divine will that he gave off made the nine-tailed fox emperor's heart palpitate. Gu-Fei guessed that this grotto heaven must have been opened by an infinite prime. Otherwise, his cultivation would not have recovered here. The laws of the void realm could not enter this grotto heaven. Without the suppression of the laws of the void realm, not only did Gu-Fei's cultivation completely recover, even seemed to have increased. This was something that he had not expected. As long as he attacked, the nine-tailed fox emperor would not be able to escape. Even this black hall was nothing in Gu-Fei's eyes. It was just an infinite prime Tao artifact. Of course, this Tao artifact was very powerful. With his current cultivation, he could not refine a Tao artifact like this. In other words, the existence who had refined this black hall was at least an infinite prime Tao artifact. At this moment, the shaman emperor attacked with all his might. The spiritual energy in the surroundings began to boil. Powerful sword chi spread out in all directions. Even Gu-Fei did not expect the shaman emperor's way of the sword to be so powerful. Countless beams of sword light shot out from the shaman emperor's body, and then they slashed onto the black palace. Every single beam of sword light was like a peerless heavenly sword, and they exploded with an astonishing might. However, the extremely sharp sword light shattered when it struck the black hall, turning into countless spiritual lights that dissipated in the void. On the other hand, there was not a single mark left on the place where the shaman emperor's sword light had struck. At this moment, the nine-tailed demon fox emperor did not make a move at all, allowing the shaman emperor to do whatever he wanted. She was sitting comfortably on a chair in the black palace, eating the fresh immortal fruits that the maidservant brought over. Through the profound light mirror, she looked at the shaman emperor outside. You overestimate yourself. The nine-tailed fox emperor's divine sense spread out from the black temple. The shaman emperor was both shocked and enraged. This black palace was simply even more tortoiseshell than a tortoiseshell. No matter how fiercely she attacked it, she wasn't even able to leave behind a single mark on the black palace. Preposterous. The shaman emperor came to a stop helplessly. There was nothing she could do about it. She had truly underestimated this nine-tailed demon fox emperor. Make your move. The shaman emperor's figure flashed, and she directly appeared by Gu-Fei's side. Gu-Fei waved his right hand, and a chair instantly appeared by his side. The shaman emperor directly sat down. Retreating in the face of difficulties? Gu-Fei smiled. If you're that capable, then go ahead and do it. The shaman emperor said angrily. If I do it, then this fox will be mine. Gu-Fei said, I know. If you're able to subdue this little fox, then this little fox will be your pet, all right? The shaman emperor rolled her eyes at Gu-Fei. All right. As he spoke, Gu-Fei stood up, and then he took a step forward and instantly vanished on the spot. In the next moment, he appeared before the black dot. So what if you attack? Could it be that you can break through my black palace? The The nine-tailed fox emperor laughed coldly. Won't you know once you try? As Gu Fei spoke, he raised his fist. An extremely powerful and overbearing might immediately erupted from his body. He threw a punch. The punch didn't seem to contain much power, as if it was a casual punch. However, the nine-tailed fox emperor, who was hiding in the Black Palace, sensed a dangerous aura that made even her heart palpitate. The nine-tailed fox emperor did not dare to be careless, and she immediately activated the strongest defensive formation of the Black Palace. Buzz! The void trembled, and a layer of divine light immediately surged from the Black Palace, enveloping the entire Black Palace. Bam! Gu Fei's punch directly hit the layer of divine light on the Black Palace. In the next moment, the nine-tailed fox emperor was dumbfounded. She saw that Gu Fei's punch directly penetrated the layer of divine light on the outside of the Black Palace, as if it was a thin piece of paper. Then, the hole that Gu Fei punched in the light screen kept getting bigger. He took a step forward and landed outside the gate of the Black Palace. What? The nine-tailed fox emperor in the Black Palace was shocked to see this scene. This human could actually break through the defensive divine light of the Black Palace and arrive outside the gate? At this moment, the gate of the Black Palace was tightly shut. Two figures stood on both sides of the gate. They were two stone men. Normally, there would be stone lions on both sides of the gate. However, there were two stone men standing on both sides of the gate. These two stone men were actually holding sabers in their hands. Moreover, Gu Fei discovered that the sabers in the stone men's hands were genuine Eternal Realm Dao weapons. In other words, they were Supreme Emperor Realm Dao weapons in the Void Realm. The weapons in the hands of the stone men guarding the gate were genuine Eternal Realm Dao weapons. This was really a big deal. Moreover, the stone men were actually equipped with genuine Dao weapons. It seemed that they were not simple. As expected, the moment Gu Fei stepped on the steps, a blue light shot out from the eyes of the stone men on both sides of the gate. In the next moment, the two stone men actually moved. Interesting. The corners of Gu Fei's mouth curled up, revealing a devilish smile. The two stone men actually walked down from their pedestals and moved towards Gu Fei. Swish! One of the stone men arrived in front of Gu Fei and slashed down with his saber. The momentum of the saber was incomparably heavy. Gu Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the saber that was slashing down on his head. Then, he exerted some force and snatched the saber away. Not bad. Gu Fei looked at the saber in his hand and nodded. This was a standard saber, a saber that was made in batches. There was actually someone who could make eternal rank sabers in batches. This was truly amazing. The master of the Black Palace was a little abnormally strong. Gu Fei could not imagine what it would be like for countless people to have an Eternal Realm saber in their hands. This was an Eternal Realm saber, not an ordinary magic weapon that could be easily grabbed. At this time, the stone man whose saber Gu Fei had snatched had already punched Gu Fei's face. How dare you hit my handsome face? Chapter 5361. On the heavenly snow mountain in the Void Realm, the nine-tailed demon fox emperor's abode was boiling with the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Countless living beings in the abode were terrified. Man Kuang, the mysterious snake emperor, and the flying tiger emperor were fighting crazily high up in the sky. The spirit energy of heaven and earth in the abode was disrupted. The pressure of the emperors spread out in all directions. Those with lower cultivation were scared out of their wits. Even those with higher cultivation were trembling under the pressure of the emperors. Gu Fei, on the other hand, was unperturbed. At this moment, Gu Fei had already broken the defensive shield of the Black Palace with a punch and arrived at the gate of the Black Palace. Just as he stepped onto the steps in front of the gate, the two stone statues guarding the gate suddenly moved and charged towards Gu Fei. In Gu Fei's eyes, the two stone statues were no different from ants. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed the saber that one of the stone statues was swinging at him. He even snatched the saber away. At this moment, the stoneman whose saber was snatched by Gu Fei smashed his fist towards Gu Fei's face. Gu Fei naturally wouldn't allow the golem's fist to touch his handsome face. Before the golem's fist could hit him, Gu Fei had already sent the golem flying with a kick. The giant stone statue smashed into the Black Temple's entrance. Boom! The stone statue that Gu Fei had kicked smashed into the Black Temple's entrance with a loud bang. The door shook violently, but it didn't break open. The other stone statue was already charging at him. Swoosh! The stone statue also swung its saber at Gu Fei. It was a simple and direct attack. This kind of simple and direct attack was often the most terrifying. The stone statue's attack was so powerful that an ordinary Emperor Realm expert wouldn't dare to take it head-on. However, Gu Fei casually grabbed the blade of the stone statue's saber with his left hand. An Eternal Tao artifact could not harm Gu Fei at all. As Gu Fei's left hand grabbed the stone man's saber, his right hand raised the saber and slashed at the stone man's waist. With a flash of the saber light, the upper body of the stone man fell off. What? When the nine-tailed fox emperor saw this, she jumped up in shock. This guy actually killed a stoneman with a single slash. This kind of stoneman guarding the gate was extremely powerful. Even if a transcendent Emperor Realm weapon slashed at these stonemen, it would only leave a very faint mark. The nine-tailed fox emperor was the current master of the Black Temple. No one knew better than her how powerful these stone golems were. These stone golems were existences that could compete with supreme Emperor Realm experts of the human race. How could they be killed by this guy with a single slash? The stone man who had been cut in half by Gu Fei fell to the ground. A powerful force quickly disappeared from the stone man's body and entered the black hall. When Gu Fei sensed all of this, he could not help but frown. The eternal realm power within the stone man had actually been devoured by the black hall. Then, countless cracks appeared on the stone man that had been cut in half. Very soon, it collapsed and turned into a pile of rubble. At that moment, the stone man that had been kicked away by Gu Fei stood up from the ground again. Then, it fiercely pounced at Gu Fei. The stone man was not damaged at all. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. Then, he unhurriedly stabbed the two sabers in his hands into the ground. Then, he threw a punch at the stone man that was charging at him. Buzz! The void trembled and a powerful fist force surged towards the stone man. The fist force that Gu Fei had unleashed instantly enveloped the stone man. Then, a scene that left the nine-tailed fox emperor dumbfounded appeared in front of her. The stone man, enveloped by Gu Fei's fist force, actually crumbled into dust and dissipated into the void. Preposterous! In the black hall, the nine-tailed fox emperor was extremely shocked and furious. Step by step, Gu Fei arrived in front of the tightly shut door of the black hall and stood still. Are you going to come out obediently, or do I have to go in? Gu Fei looked up at the sky and said indifferently. You. The nine-tailed fox emperor was furious, but she could not do anything to Gu Fei. Not going to speak? Then I'll go in. Without waiting for the nine-tailed fox emperor to speak, Gu Fei directly punched the tightly shut door of the black hall. Trying to break in? Dream on. The nine-tailed fox emperor sneered. However, in the next moment, she was ruthlessly slapped in the face by Gu Fei. This was because when Gu Fei's punch landed on the door of the black hall, a hole appeared on the door from Gu Fei's punch. The nine-tailed fox emperor was truly speechless right now. To think that this human would be strong enough to punch through the tightly shut door of the black hall. Suddenly, a loud thud rang out as Gu Fei punched the door again and again. The hole on the door was getting bigger and bigger. Your daddy here doesn't even need to open the door. I'll just make a hole in the door. Before long, the small hole turned into a gigantic hole. If you dare to come in, I'll make sure that you won't be able to leave this place alive. The nine-tailed fox emperor roared at Gu Fei with a stern look on her face. Tisk! Gu Fei raised his middle finger towards the depths of the black hall and walked in through the huge hole on the door. However, the moment he entered the black hall, he was shocked by what he saw. Behind the door of the black hall stood a series of figures. These figures were like phantoms as they stood silently behind the door. Not only that, there was not a single bit of consciousness coming from these fellas. Haha, now you know how powerful I am, right? Go. Kill him. The nine-tailed fox emperor burst out laughing. No one had expected the nine-tailed fox emperor to have such a move up his sleeves. Suddenly, The puppets that were standing there silently began to move as they surrounded Gu Fei. Looking at this, Gu Fei could not help but frown. His consciousness shrouded the entire black hall instantly. To think that there would be a total of 99 of these puppets. Not only that, every single one of them possessed the power of a transcendent emperor within their bodies. This was practically a total of 99 transcendent emperors. This was a terrifying amount of power. One had to know that a transcendent emperor was a legendary existence within the void world. To think that there would be 99 transcendent emperors right here. Even someone like Gu Fei, who was used to all sorts of situations, was stunned for a moment. One had to know that there weren't that many transcendent emperors in the entire void world. If this amount of power were to leave this paradise and head out into the outside world, it would definitely be able to sweep through the entire void world. You want to gang up on me? Bring it on. Gu Fei was still as domineering as ever. A tremendous battle intent burst forth from his body. Chapter 53-62. Behind the gates of the Black Hall was a gigantic public square. When Gu Fei walked in, he was met with a scene that had him stumped. There were countless puppets standing behind the gates. These puppets were as lifelike as real humans. The only difference was that these puppets did not have the life force that a human should have. What a huge investment! Gu Fei was equally astounded to think that there would be 99 puppets here. Furthermore, all of these puppets possessed an eternal state power within them. This was an eternal level puppet. The existence who had constructed this black hall must have been incredibly powerful. To think that he would be able to create 99 eternal state puppets. One had to know that the eternal state was the legendary transcending emperor state in the void realm. Within the void realm, the number of transcending emperor state beings could be counted on one's fingers. At this time, the 99 puppets were already closing in on Gu Fei. You're dead meat this time around. The nine-tailed demon fox emperor's gleeful voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. This was her trump card. In the void realm, no one could fight against 99 puppets at the transcendent emperor realm alone. Not even the nine-tailed demon fox emperor herself could do so. That was because the nine-tailed demon fox emperor had tried exchanging blows with these 99 puppets before. However, within 10 moves, she was beaten down to the ground, unable to climb back up. The nine-tailed demon fox emperor did not think that this human would be able to defeat her 99 puppets. You seem to be pretty confident. Gu Fei swept a glance at the puppets around him. The corners of his lips curled upwards, revealing a devilish smile. Haha, to think that you're still so calm even now. That's really out of my expectations. The nine-tailed demon fox emperor burst out laughing. You don't have to take out these pieces of trash to show off. Gu Fei replied nonchalantly. Did you just say that my puppets are trash? The nine-tailed demon fox emperor howled out. To think that this human would dare to belittle her puppets even at the brink of death. Damn it. If they're not trash, what are they? Trying to kill me with these pieces of trash? What a joke. Gu Fei replied in disdain. Preposterous. Go to hell. The nine-tailed demon fox emperor was truly infuriated by Gu Fei. She immediately ordered the 99 puppets to attack. The next moment, the 99 puppets attacked Gu Fei at the same time. Some of these puppets leaped into the air and attacked Gu Fei from above, while others directly charged at Gu Fei from the ground. In an instant, an extremely terrifying energy storm erupted on the square in front of the Black Temple. At this time, Gu Fei was in the eye of the storm. Haha! Gu Fei suddenly burst into laughter. You can still smile when you're about to die? The nine-tailed fox emperor's expression was terrifyingly dark. At this time, she was sitting on the throne in the hall. Through the door of the hall, she could see everything outside. I'll show you what I, your master, am capable of. With that, Gu Fei clasped his hands together and pulled them apart. In the next moment, countless palm shadows burst forth from his body and slapped out in all directions. Then, countless collisions rang out. All of the puppets that were charging at Gu Fei were sent flying by the palm shadows. What? The nine-tailed fox emperor was dumbfounded at the sight of this. Her mouth was so wide open that one could stuff a duck's egg into it. How could this be? It was just a single move. That human had sent all of the puppets flying with a single move. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, the nine-tailed fox emperor wouldn't have believed it at all. Those were 99 transcendent emperor state puppets. To think that they would be sent flying by a single move from this human. However, it was a pity that these 99 puppets couldn't leave the Black Temple. Otherwise, the nine-tailed fox emperor would have long sought out the snow demon to settle the score. Even though the snow demon was only a half-step transcendent state, he was almost unkillable within the snowy mountains. That was the most troublesome part. Because of that, even though the nine-tailed fox emperor's cultivation was above the snow demon's, she couldn't do anything to him. However, in the Black Temple, the nine-tailed fox emperor could control these 99 puppets. Therefore, the nine-tailed fox emperor didn't fear any transcendent emperor here. However, the nine-tailed fox emperor would never have dreamed that Gu Fei had actually recovered his cultivation in the little virtual sky world. The current Gu Fei was a true infinite prime. In Gu Fei's eyes, these puppets were just like trash. In fact, he could destroy them with a single move, but he didn't do so. It would be too much of a pity to destroy these puppets. These were things that even he couldn't refine. If he could bring these things out of here, who in the entire Void Realm could be his match? He was even confident that he could put up a fight against the limitless Demon King. The puppets were sent flying in all directions like cannonballs. Dense sounds of them landing on the ground rang out continuously. There were even a few puppets that smashed into the hall. The nine-tailed fox emperor was frightened out of her wits. Before the nine-tailed fox emperor could recover from her shock, a figure flashed in front of her and appeared in front of her. The nine-tailed fox emperor looked up and almost fell off her throne. The newcomer was the human expert who had sent the 99 transcendent emperor puppets flying with a single move. How could this human named Gu Fei be so powerful? The nine-tailed fox emperor looked up at Gu Fei, a drop of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. "Oh my, you're not bad in human form." Gu Fei smiled evilly at the purple-clothed nine-tailed fox emperor. "You." The nine-tailed fox emperor was scared out of her wits. She felt as weak as an ant in front of this human. "What? Am I qualified to be your master?" Gu Fei said smugly. "Yes." "No, I don't want you to be my master." The nine-tailed fox emperor was on the verge of tears. She was the empress here. She was the only one who could be someone else's master. How could anyone else be her master? "If you don't want to be her master, how about I be your master then?" Right at this moment, a voice sounded out from outside the palace, and then a figure directly walked in from outside the palace. This person was precisely the shaman emperor. "Hey, what's the meaning of this? Didn't you say that if I could tame this little fox, she would be mine?" Gu Fei was displeased. "You're a man. You're not suitable to be the master of a little fox." The witch emperor said, "This you." The moment Gu Fei heard this, he did not know what to say. "All right, let's leave it at that." The witch emperor's tone was as cold as ever. Gu Fei was speechless. It was only then that he realized that if a woman, and a beautiful one at that, were to act shamelessly, there was no logic to it at all. They had an agreement before, but now, she was reneging on her promise to Gu Fei. Gu Fei was incomparably gloomy, but he could not get angry. Who was he supposed to reason with? "Master!" The nine-tailed fox emperor's figure flashed and appeared in front of the witch emperor. She knelt down. She did not want to acknowledge Gu Fei as her master. In the eyes of the nine-tailed fox emperor, if she had to acknowledge a master, she would not choose Gu Fei, because Gu Fei was too strong. If she acknowledged such a master, she would definitely be suppressed. But it was different with the witch emperor. At least the witch emperor was a woman. Between two women, it was much easier to talk. Gu Fei had the intention to kill. These two fellows must have discussed this beforehand. Her cultivation is higher than yours. Be careful that she kills you and leaves. You'll regret it then, Gu Fei said in a displeased tone. "Yeah, why didn't I think of this? All right, how about you do a good deed and place a restrictive spell on her? Help her," the witch emperor said to Gu Fei. Chapter 5363. Gu Fei easily broke into the Black Hall and took care of the 99 transcendent Emperor realm puppets with a single move. He then appeared in front of the nine-tailed Fox Emperor in the main hall of the Black Hall. The nine-tailed Fox Emperor was scared silly by this scene. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded her expectations. He was simply too strong. He was so strong that she was as weak as an ant in front of him. In front of Gu Fei, the nine-tailed Fox Emperor could not even muster the thought of resisting. She realized that she and Gu Fei were on a completely different level. In other words, Gu Fei's cultivation base had exceeded hers by a realm. What realm was that? The nine-tailed Fox Emperor was extremely curious. She had just learned that there was an even higher realm in this world. At this moment, the Witch Emperor wanted Gu Fei to help her set up a restrictive spell on the nine-tailed Fox Emperor to prevent her from causing trouble. All right, sigh. As Gu Fei spoke, he tapped his finger against the center of the nine-tailed Fox Emperor's brows before tapping his finger against the center of the Shaman Emperor's brows. His speed was swift to the extreme, and even the Shaman Emperor and the nine-tailed Fox Emperor were unable to avoid his attack. What's going on? The Witch Emperor and nine-tailed Fox Emperor felt that something had appeared in their minds. All right, the life and death of this little fox depends on a single thought of yours. Gu Fei said. Such a restrictive spell? The Witch Emperor was both surprised and delighted. She had gained quite a lot today. Not only did she get a pet, but she also obtained a restrictive spell that could control any living being. At this moment, the nine-tailed Fox Emperor was terrified to the extreme. Her life and death were under the control of the human race. A single thought from the human master could kill her. At the thought that she would be someone else's pet from now on, the nine-tailed Fox Emperor almost went crazy. I'm going out to watch a show. Gu Fei turned and left. At this moment, Man Kuang was fighting with the Flying Tiger Emperor and the mysterious Snake Emperor in the sky. Man Kuang was truly arrogant. Fighting 1 against 2, he kept pushing the Flying Tiger Emperor and the mysterious Snake Emperor back. The battle outside is still more intense. Gu Fei walked out of the Black Temple and began to watch the show. He was a person who knew how to enjoy life. He immediately took out a chair from his inner world and lay down on it. Then, he took out some celestial brew, drank wine, and watched the show. The Sorcerer Emperor and the nine-tailed Fox Emperor also came out. What? Are you unhappy? The Shaman Emperor came to Gu Fei's side and said, What do you think? Gu Fei said gloomily, How about I owe you a favor? The Witch Emperor said, This is not bad. Gu Fei nodded. Tell them to stop. The Shaman Emperor said as he looked at the 3 Emperor Realm experts fighting in the sky. These were all Emperor Realm cultivators. Any one of them would be an overlord in their own right. And now, these 3 great Emperor stage practitioners were the Shaman Emperor's subordinates. She didn't want these fellows to die. Yes, Master. The nine-tailed Fox Emperor was about to stop them. Wait, stop them. What show am I watching? That big guy has been bullied by you for so long. It's good to let him vent. Gu Fei hurriedly stopped the Shaman Emperor. Man Kuang had been bullied by the Sky Serpent Emperor and the Flying Tiger Emperor for tens of thousands of years. Gu Fei was right. Man Kuang needed to vent, and he needed to vent. He had been living in this place for tens of thousands of years. The Shaman Emperor thought about it and said nothing. Boom. At this time, Man Kuang punched out and sent the Flying Tiger Emperor flying. Roar. He roared and was about to give chase. But at this time, the Sky Serpent Emperor charged over. The Sky Serpent Emperor had transformed into a tall and skinny middle-aged man. His arms were much longer than an ordinary person's. The Sky Serpent Emperor's arms were like 2 battle spears, stabbing at Man Kuang. Man Kuang didn't care so much and greeted with a punch. Crack. Man Kuang punched out and broke the Sky Serpent Emperor's long spear arms. The Sky Serpent Emperor screamed and retreated. With the Sky Serpent Emperor blocking him, the Flying Tiger Emperor regained his breath and attacked Man Kuang again. The Sky Serpent Emperor and the Flying Tiger Emperor would not be defeated by Man Kuang for the time being. In fact, with Man Kuang's cultivation and fighting strength, it was impossible for him to kill the Sky Serpent Emperor and the Flying Tiger Emperor in one go. However, the Sky Serpent Emperor and the Flying Tiger Emperor were still at a disadvantage. Who do you think will win? Gu Fei asked the Shaman Emperor beside him. Is there a need to ask? The Shaman Emperor said helplessly. How could Gu Fei not know the truth of this battle? Man Kuang was bound to win. But even if he could defeat the Sky Serpent Emperor and the Flying Tiger Emperor, he would suffer a great loss. This was the last thing the Shaman Emperor wanted to see. These guys were all his subordinates. Losing any one of them would be a great loss to him. You're so boring, Gu Fei said. This Shaman Emperor always had a cold look on his face. You're interesting? The Shaman Emperor said indifferently. Gu Fei was speechless. Not only was this Shaman Emperor an icy beauty, she was also extremely bad at chatting. With just a single sentence, the conversation would die. Gu Fei shook his head, helplessly grabbed the wine jar and gulped down a mouthful of wine. You too. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my self-created mad fist, Man Kuang said as he changed his fist stance. In the next moment, an incomparably powerful wave of Yuan Qi exploded from his hand. Interesting. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei smiled. This Man Kuang was really something. To think that he could create his own cultivation technique. Not everyone could create their own cultivation technique. Moreover, for someone at Man Kuang's level, once he created his own cultivation method, it would definitely be suitable for him. This kind of cultivation method would naturally be the most powerful, because only a cultivation method that was created by oneself was most suitable for oneself. Most of Gu Fei's cultivation methods were self-created. At Gu Fei's cultivation realm, it was not easy to create his own cultivation method. Don't hide anymore. Attack with all your strength. The mysterious Snake Emperor shouted at the Flying Tiger Emperor. Together, the Flying Tiger Emperor transformed into a tall, majestic, and ferocious man with tiger stripes on his face. Sky-splitting tiger claw. The Flying Tiger Emperor roared and slashed at Man Kuang with his claws. His sharp claws shone with a cold light. If his claws were to land, even Man Kuang would have a chunk of flesh torn off his body. Sky-piercing spear. The mysterious Snake Emperor also made his move. The mysterious Snake Emperor's long arms turned into two sharp rays of divine light that pierced towards Man Kuang. Die! At this moment, Man Kuang roared and punched out. Rumble. An extremely violent fist force immediately erupted from his fist. Like a stormy sea, it crushed towards the mysterious Serpent Emperor and the Flying Tiger Emperor who were attacking him. His punch was extremely powerful and unstoppable. What? The mysterious Snake Emperor and the Flying Tiger Emperor were shocked. The fist that was coming towards them was like a mountain crushing towards them. They could not block it at all. It was too late for them to stop their attacks and escape. They could only bite the bullet and fight the lunatic Man Kuang. Boom! With a loud bang, the three forces instantly collided with each other. The entire void shook, and a terrifying energy storm spread out in all directions. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed. The three figures were sent flying. The Sorcerer Emperor was a little nervous seeing this. She did not care about the mysterious Snake Emperor and the Flying Tiger Emperor, but Man Kuang used to be her subordinate. Although he had acknowledged Gu Fei as his master, he was still an old friend. She did not want Man Kuang to die. Both sides are injured? Chapter 53-64. Man Kuang was fighting the Sky Serpent Emperor and the Flying Tiger Emperor in the Minor Void Cave. This battle was somewhat tragic. After the three figures desperately attacked each other, they were all sent flying. Blood spilled in the air, and the smell of blood immediately filled the air. Man Kuang was fighting two enemies at the same time. As he retreated, he kept coughing up blood. The clothes on his upper body were torn and hung on his body like rags. His chest was stained with blood. The Sky Serpent Emperor and the Flying Tiger Emperor did not have the upper hand even though they had joined forces. Especially the Sky Serpent Emperor. His arms were twisted and deformed by the rebounding force. It was obvious that his arms had been broken. The Flying Tiger Emperor's claws were covered in blood as well. Both sides are injured? Gu Fei, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but frown when he saw this. With Man Kuang's cultivation, he actually couldn't defeat the mysterious Snake Emperor and the Flying Tiger Emperor? It's still too early, the Sorcerer Emperor said calmly. How could Gu Fei not tell? Again, Man Kuang roared as he charged toward the mysterious serpent sovereign and the flying tiger sovereign. His aura was like a rainbow, and his battle intent was shocking. You lunatic! The sky serpent emperor was both shocked and angry. Run! The flying tiger emperor was very direct. There was only one word for him, and that was run. The sky serpent emperor and the flying tiger emperor turned and ran. They did not want to fight a lunatic. The sky serpent emperor and the flying tiger emperor charged at Gu Fei and the sorcerer emperor. They saw their master, the nine-tailed fox emperor, standing beside Gu Fei. The nine-tailed fox emperor was the master of the sky serpent emperor and the flying tiger emperor. Where do you think you're going? Man Kuang roared and chased after them. The three experts were all transcendent emperors. Their movement techniques were extremely fast. In just a breath's time, the sky serpent emperor and the flying tiger emperor had arrived before the nine-tailed fox emperor and bowed respectfully. Die! Man Kuang charged at them fiercely. All right, that's enough. The sorcerer emperor said coldly. The mysterious snake emperor and the flying tiger emperor looked at the sorcerer emperor in shock. This is your new master. The nine-tailed fox emperor said to the mysterious snake emperor and the flying tiger emperor. At the same time, the nine-tailed fox emperor waved his right hand and Man Kuang was sent flying away, disappearing without a trace. The sky serpent ruler and the flying tiger ruler were utterly shocked. New master? The sky serpent emperor and the flying tiger emperor were dumbfounded. Aren't you going to greet your master? The nine-tailed fox emperor said coldly. Greetings, master. The mysterious snake emperor and the flying tiger emperor hurriedly bowed to the witch emperor. Get up. The witch emperor said. Thank you, master. Only then did the mysterious snake emperor and the flying tiger emperor dare to stand up. At this time, Man Kuang charged over. Impudent. With a single thought from Gu Fei, Man Kuang, who was charging towards Gu Fei, felt as if he had hit a transparent wall. His entire body fell into the void, and then he slid down from the sky. Just like that? Looking at this, the mysterious snake emperor and the flying tiger emperor were stunned. Man Kuang was an existence that was even stronger than them. To think that this human could defeat him without even lifting a finger. This cultivation state was way too horrifying. Master. After a long while, Man Kuang finally caught his breath and came before Gu Fei. That's enough to vent out your anger. Gu Fei said to Man Kuang. Yes, master. Man Kuang replied carefully. Right now, Man Kuang did not dare to act insolently in front of Gu Fei. It was only now that he knew how scary this new master of his was. With just a single thought, Gu Fei had Man Kuang in such a pathetic state. If they were to fight, Man Kuang would definitely be killed instantly. Man Kuang, I'm your master. From now on, you'll just follow me. Gu Fei said to Man Kuang. Yes, master. Man Kuang replied hurriedly. There's nothing more to see here. Let's head out. With that, Gu Fei dashed towards the exit of the minor void paradise. Man Kuang was stunned for a moment before he chased after Lin Fan. The witch emperor brought her pets and subordinates towards the exit as well. Gu Fei could sense that the closer he got to the exit of the minor void paradise, the more his infinite prime cultivation base was suppressed by the laws of the void world. As long as he left the minor void paradise, his cultivation base would be suppressed. This was definitely not a good thing for Gu Fei. However, they couldn't just stay here for the rest of their lives. Everything in the minor void paradise could be sensed by Gu Fei's soul psyche. However, there was nothing in the minor void paradise that could attract his attention. In fact, Gu Fei even wanted to take away all the puppets in the Black Hall's plaza. However, these puppets couldn't leave the Black Hall at all. This made Gu Fei extremely depressed. There was only one way to take the puppets out of the Black Hall, and that was to completely refine the Black Hall. However, if he could refine the Black Hall, the minor void paradise would belong to him. Although Gu Fei really wanted to take the puppets out of the Black Hall, he would have an army of transcendent Emperor Realm cultivators. Such a force was enough to sweep through the entire void world. Gu Fei didn't want to waste time refining the Black Hall now, because refining the Black Hall wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Right now, They needed to find the copper gate of heaven and earth. Gu Fei really wanted to know if the copper gate of heaven and earth was really connected to another world. After they got out of the valley, they started a bonfire next to the pool. After eating and drinking their fill, Gu Fei and the rest prepared to leave the valley. Gu Fei found out from the nine-tailed fox emperor that the valley was less than 1,000 miles away from the heaven and earth gate. This distance wasn't considered far for Li Kuang. What about the snow demon outside? The sorcerer emperor raised his head and looked at Gu Fei, who was still eating, speechless. What else can we do? Gu Fei said indifferently. We have so many people. Why can't we handle a snow demon? The sky serpent emperor said coldly. That's right. We'll kill her if she dares to show herself. The flying tiger emperor nodded. Meanwhile, it was quiet outside the valley. No one knew where the snow demon was hiding, but everyone knew that they would be ambushed by the snow demon if they dared to step out of the valley. Moreover, Gu Fei's cultivation was being suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. Very well. The three of you will be the vanguard, Gu Fei suddenly said. What? This? Man Kuang and the rest were dumbfounded. Do you have a problem with that? Gu Fei glanced at the sky serpent emperor and said calmly, No, why would I have a problem with that? The sky serpent emperor hurriedly shook his head. Then what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Chapter 53-65. The sky serpent emperor, flying tiger emperor, and Man Kuang were extremely depressed. Gu Fei actually wanted them to be the vanguard to deal with the snow demon. Although the snow demon was only a half-step transcendent emperor, she was still a snow demon. As long as there was snow, she would be able to attract endless energy. As long as there was snow, she would not die. Although they were all transcendent emperors, the snow demon was an existence that could not be killed. Wasn't it suicide to deal with such a person? They had all suffered at the hands of the snow demon and knew how powerful it was. But since Gu Fei wanted them to be the vanguard, how could they dare to refuse? Man Kuang and the others could only bite the bullet. Do you think they can deal with the snow demon? The shaman emperor asked Gu Fei. How would I know? Gu Fei shrugged. They will be dealt with miserably. The nine-tailed fox emperor said solemnly. Is that so? Gu Fei looked at the nine-tailed fox emperor. You'll know soon. They will be back in an hour at most. The nine-tailed fox emperor said indifferently. An hour? Even Gu Fei was surprised. Man Kuang and the others could only last an hour against the snow demon? Half an hour passed by quickly. As expected, Man Kuang and the others were back. When Gu Fei saw them, he was startled. These three fellows had been beaten up miserably. Man Kuang originally had a head full of wild hair, but now he looked like a madman. But now, he had become bald. His incomparably eye-catching messy hair had all disappeared, but his full beard was still there. The Sky Serpent Emperor was covered in blood. When he took human form, he also had a tail. But now, his snake tail was gone, cut off by someone. The Flying Tiger Emperor was in a worse state. His head was almost separated from his body, and the king character on his forehead was dug out. He was drenched in blood, and one of his legs was crippled. As expected, he was dealt with miserably. The Shaman Emperor said, Master, Barbarian Emperor and the others wanted to cry. That snow demon was truly too detestable. Although the snow demon was only a half-step transcendent emperor, she was the ruler of the snowy mountains. Therefore, Man Kuang and the others were unlucky when they entered the snowy lands. Not bad this time. Outside the valley, on a mountain peak, stood a woman in white. Although she was just standing there quietly, it was as if she had become one with the world around her. She was like a fairy in a snowy mountain. She had just taught those three guys a lesson. She hadn't played like this in a long time. Man Kuang and the others were transcendent Emperor Realm existences. The snow demon couldn't kill them, but it could torture the three of them. After having enough fun, the snow demon let Man Kuang and the others go. The snow demon's target was the nine-tailed demon fox emperor. As long as the nine-tailed demon fox emperor was taken care of, how could these fellows escape? What happened to the two humans? Could it have been killed by that little fox? The snow demon muttered to itself. Did I forget to ask those three guys? The snow demon was speechless. She had only thought of playing. At this time, she remembered the humans who had entered the valley. At this time, in the valley, Gu Fei threw 3 healing pellets to Man Kuang and the others. After Man Kuang and the others ate the pellets, their injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This shocked the Shaman Emperor and the 9-tailed Demon Fox Emperor. "What kind of pellet is this?" the Shaman Emperor asked. "It's a healing pellet. What else could it be?" Gu Fei said calmly. The Shaman Emperor and the 9-tailed Demon Fox Emperor were speechless. How could they not know that it was a healing pellet? They wanted to know the name and origin of the pellet. The Void Realm was actually a very special world. This was because there were humans and demons from the Limitless Realm who had accidentally fallen into the Void Realm. Therefore, although the cultivation system here wasn't perfect, there were many Emperor Realm existences here. There were people who concocted pellets in the Mirage as well. However, the Pill Dao here wasn't very advanced. It was at most an intermediate Pill Dao. Therefore, the pellets concocted by the alchemists here wouldn't be of much use to Emperor Realm experts, let alone transcendent Emperor Realm experts. However, Gu Fei's medicinal pills were able to heal the injuries of Man Kuang and the others at a speed visible to the naked eye. Such a medicinal pill was something that even Shaman Emperors had never seen or heard of. "Can you give me some of these pellets?" The Shaman Emperor couldn't hold it in any longer. "I want some." Gu Fei smiled. "Of course." The Shaman Emperor's tone was still cold. "Beg me." Gu Fei said proudly. The Shaman Emperor glared at Gu Fei and didn't say anything. She seemed to be angry. "All right, if you want it, I will definitely give it to you," Gu Fei said as he took out a small jade bottle and handed it to the Shaman Emperor. The Shaman Emperor took the small jade bottle and pulled out the stopper. A faint medicinal fragrance immediately permeated the air. Just the smell alone was enough to invigorate one's entire being. "Good stuff." The Shaman Emperor's eyes lit up. Rumble. Just as the Shaman Emperor put away the small jade bottle and was about to say something, the entire valley suddenly shook. Countless rocks rolled down from the cliffs around the valley. There was also a lot of snow among the rocks. "What's going on?" Everyone in the valley was shocked. "Is the snow demon coming in?" Man Kuang was quite frightened. Even someone as fearless as him was so frightened that his expression changed. One could imagine how badly he had been taught a lesson by the snow demon. Countless ice and snow fell in the valley, and a figure actually stood up from the snow. A woman in white looked at them from afar. Snow Demon, Man Kuang, the mysterious Snake Emperor, and the Flying Tiger Emperor immediately hid behind Gu Fei and the others when they saw the figure. How can it be? How can she come in? The 9-tailed Fox Emperor was also shocked. She had fought with the Snow Demon for countless years, but the Snow Demon had never entered this valley. But now, this Snow Demon had actually entered the valley. "She doesn't dare to leave the place with snow," the 9-tailed Fox Emperor said. "Is that so?" A wave of spiritual will came from the figure on the snow. Rumble. The valley shook again. Outside the entrance of the valley, countless figures rushed in. They were snowmen. Snowmen formed from ice and snow. They were not living beings with flesh and blood. Countless snowmen rushed in from outside the valley like a white flood, and an extremely powerful wave of energy spread out. Seeing this scene, Man Kuang and the others were stunned. "I only thought of this method now. I'm really stupid." The Snow Demon mocked herself. "You." Chapter 5366. Countless snowmen rushed in from outside the valley. They were like a white torrent, unstoppable. Moreover, when the snowmen rushed in, they brought with them a blizzard. The blizzard spread throughout the valley, and the entire valley was covered in snowflakes. For countless years, it had never snowed in the valley. Although it wasn't really snowing, it was close enough. This was a strange sight in the valley. Preposterous. The 9-tailed Fox Emperor was infuriated. This was her territory, and for countless years, the snow demons had never dared to attack here. But now, this snow demon actually dared to attack here. It must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Boom. The instant the 9-tailed Fox Emperor thought so, the valley shook, and countless sharp stone pillars suddenly rushed out of the ground. Countless snowmen that rushed into the valley were immediately pierced by the stone pillars, and then turned into countless pieces of ice and snow. The snowman army formed from ice and snow was immediately stopped. However, the stone pillars that emerged from the ground only stopped the snowmen for a few breaths of time. The snowmen passed through the stone pillars and continued to rush towards Gufei and the others. Moreover, Gufei also realized that the ice and snow scattered on the ground were quickly reassembling. In just a few breaths of time, they had reformed into a snowman. The number of snowmen was still increasing. Rumble. At this time, the top of the valley shook violently, and the entire sky suddenly darkened. Countless pieces of ice and snow gathered above the valley from all directions. When Man Kuang and the others saw this scene, they were frightened quite a bit. Interesting. Gufei looked up into the sky. The ice and snow in the sky had gathered to form a huge snow mountain. Was this snow demon trying to bury the entire valley with ice and snow? Damn it! The nine-tailed fox emperor couldn't sit still any longer. She directly rushed into the sky, pouncing towards the snow mountain. However, within the snowstorm, blurry figures appeared one after another. These faint and incorporeal figures directly attacked the nine-tailed fox emperor. Get lost! The nine-tailed fox emperor bellowed. In the next moment, sharp blades of light shot out in all directions. Each blade of light accurately pierced through the phantoms that were pouncing over. After the phantoms were pierced by the light blades emitted by the nine-tailed, i.e. demon emperor, they all dissipated in the void as if they had never appeared. Boom! The nine-tailed demon fox emperor slammed into the snowy mountain in the sky. Then, the entire snowy mountain above the valley instantly exploded. This was definitely an extremely shocking scene. The explosion of the snow mountain above the valley directly covered the entire valley with ice and snow. Countless ice and snow fell from the sky, falling into the valley. Man Kuang and the others were anxious because they knew that after the snow fell from the sky, the valley would be covered in ice and snow. This way, the snow demons would be able to come and go as they pleased. This was because the snow demon was very powerful. As long as there was ice and snow, it would be his territory. He could appear in every place that had ice and snow. At this time, the nine-tailed demon fox emperor, who had rushed into the sky, was fighting a figure in the sky. That was the snow demon. With the power of the snowy mountain, even if she was only a half-step transcendent emperor, she could still fight the nine-tailed demon fox emperor endlessly. In the entire culmination snow mountain, only this snow demon had the ability to challenge the nine-tailed demon fox emperor. If it had been anyone else, they would have long been killed by the nine-tailed demon fox emperor. The dull sound of Yuan Qi clashing resounded like muffled thunder, and the entire valley was still shaking. Boulders tumbled down from the cliffs around the valley. This was a battle between transcendent emperors. Man Kuang and the mysterious snake emperor couldn't interfere at all. One had to know that a transcendent emperor could kill an emperor realm expert as easily as crushing an ant. Man Kuang and the others would only be courting death if they went up. The snow demon's target was the nine-tailed demon fox emperor. She hadn't killed Man Kuang and the others, but she had abused them to the point that they were in a sorry state. The snow demon didn't have any killing intent. She wasn't here to kill. Was she just here to play? Gufei was really curious. At this moment, countless snowmen had already rushed close. This white torrent was simply unstoppable. Humph! The witch emperor waved her right hand, and countless sword lights immediately rushed out from her hand. They were like raging waves that rushed towards the snowman army. Wherever the sword light passed, countless snowmen turned into ice and fell to the ground. The witch emperor's sword light turned into a sword net that blocked the countless snowmen. However, those snowmen still rushed forward wave after wave. Then, they were swept by the witch emperor's sword light and turned into ice and snow. Soon, a thick layer of ice and snow piled up on the ground. The ice and snow on the ground were actually moving, and new snowmen constantly stood up from the snow. These snowmen were simply endless. After being cut into pieces by the witch emperor's sword light, they would condense again. As long as there was ice and snow, the snowmen wouldn't be destroyed. There's another good show to watch. Gufei didn't plan to make a move. This snow demon was very powerful. No wonder Man Kuang was so miserably abused by her. Moreover, this snow demon was only half-step transcendental emperor realm. Someone who can challenge those of a higher realm. Gu Fei sighed. To Gu Fei, challenging someone of a higher realm was a common occurrence. However, he had been in the void realm for so long, and this was the first time he had met someone of a higher cultivation realm. This snow demon wasn't simple. But so what if she wasn't simple? The situation is a bit strange. Man Kuang said. The nine-tailed fox emperor seemed to be unable to do anything to the snow demon. The snow demon wasn't very strong, but she had a special ability. She couldn't be killed. Being unable to be killed was the most terrifying thing. In the sky above the valley, the nine-tailed fox emperor attacked wildly. Countless light blades slashed at the surrounding phantoms. Those phantoms constantly dissipated in the void, but the phantoms that were scattered by the light blades immediately condensed again. Outrageous! Do you dare come out and fight? The nine-tailed fox emperor roared as she attacked. She was fighting so hard in the sky, but she was actually fighting with the phantoms of the snow demon. These weren't the snow demon's true body. TCH, aren't I fighting with you? A divine will appeared in the sky. You call this a fight? You cowardly rat. Chapter 5367. On the culmination snow mountain, above the valley where the nine-tailed fox emperor lived, the nine-tailed fox emperor was fighting against the snow demon. Man Kuang and the others in the valley were terrified. Under the pressure of a transcendent emperor, even Man Kuang and the other emperor realm experts were trembling. Only Gu Fei and the shaman emperor were fine. At this time, countless snowmen rushed in from outside the valley. This was simply an unstoppable snowman army. However, the shaman emperor blocked the flood of snowmen with his sword. A ball of sword light blocked in front of everyone. The snowmen that were rushing towards them were cut into pieces by the sword light, turning into ice and snow that scattered on the ground. At this moment, a thick layer of ice and snow had accumulated on the ground. However, the snowmen could not be destroyed. The ice and snow constantly formed snowmen and pounced towards the shaman emperor. It was like a moth flying into a flame. Sigh, your pet is really useless. It has been so long, and it still can't deal with the snow demon. Gu Fei sighed. Go and deal with the snow demon if you can. The shaman emperor was a little unhappy. Forget it, I can't deal with it either. Unless... Gu Fei wanted to say something but stopped. Unless what? The shaman emperor asked curiously. You know. Gu Fei looked at the shaman emperor and smiled. How would I know? The shaman emperor rolled her eyes at Gu Fei. Hee, are you playing dumb? Gu Fei looked at the shaman emperor. Why should I play dumb? The shaman emperor muttered. She seemed to have thought of something. Let's enter the minor void heaven. Gu Fei said and walked towards the direction of the minor void heaven. Enter the minor void heaven? The shaman emperor suddenly understood. In the minor void heaven, Gu Fei seemed to be invincible. The shaman emperor thought of the scene where Gu Fei easily entered the Black Temple. As long as the snow demon dared to enter the minor void heaven, Gu Fei could easily take it down. However, luring the snow monster into the little void utopia was not an easy task. The snow monster was too cunning. She never fell for it. Everyone retreated into the little void paradise. Countless snowmen chased after him, but when they reached the pond outside the little void paradise, they stopped. These guys are afraid of water? Behind the waterfall, Gu Fei was a little surprised to see this scene. Soon, the pond was filled with snowmen. These snowmen were formed from ice and snow and were controlled by the snow demon. When the ice and snow reach the water, it will melt. The sorcerer emperor suddenly said, I see. Gu Fei sighed. However, under the control of the snow demon, countless snowmen suddenly soared into the sky and pounced towards the back of the waterfall. When the snowmen rushed into the waterfall, they fell directly into the pool below. The snowmen were like dumplings. As soon as they were touched by the water, they would fall. Soon, the pool was filled with snowmen. Gu Fei discovered that the snowmen that fell into the pool were constantly melting, and soon a thick layer of ice formed on the surface of the pool. The snowmen that fell into the pool directly smashed into the ice and were smashed into pieces. However, the snow demon continued to order the snowmen to pounce towards the back of the waterfall. The frosty air from the snowmen spread out, and even the waterfall was gradually frozen. There was no water left. The snowmen rushed towards the back of the waterfall. "Let's go." Gu Fei entered the minor void paradise. The shaman emperor stood in front of the entrance of the minor void paradise, still using the same sharp sword light. Countless snowmen pounced towards him, but were all blocked. If the snowmen could not break through after a long time, the snow demon might personally make a move. This was Gu Fei's plan. He wanted to trick the snow demon. His intuition told him that the snow demon was looking for the minor void paradise. Otherwise, why would it keep targeting the nine-tailed fox emperor? Why would it fight for so long? It's really here. When the snowmen reached the entrance of the minor void paradise, they became even more frenzied. They pounced forward with all their might, trying to break into the minor void paradise. It was impossible for these snowmen to break into the minor void paradise. However, at this moment, heavy footsteps sounded. Then, a group of tall figures walked out from behind the snowmen. "What is this?" Gu Fei asked. "Snowman emperors?" When Man Kuang saw the three tall figures, he couldn't help but exclaim, "The emperors of the snowmen?" Gu Fei said calmly. The snowmen charged towards the shaman emperor. An emperor realm cultivator against a transcendent emperor. This was suicide. The sorcerer emperor sliced the three snowman sovereigns in half with a single slash. Man Kuang and the others were dumbfounded by this scene. However, Gu Fei was as calm as ever. He had killed 3 snowmen in one move. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. How could someone kill 3 emperors in one move? The 3 great snowman emperors had fallen. They were all ruthless characters, but now they would never be able to walk out of this valley. Roar! Just as the 3 snowman emperors were killed, an angry roar came from outside. "She's here! She's here!" Gu Fei reminded the shaman emperor. At this moment, the snowmen stopped attacking and retreated. A figure rushed in from the outside. It was a lady in white who was even colder than the shaman emperor. This lady in white was a true ice beauty, because she was the legendary snow demon. The snow demon had always been mysterious. There were legends about her on the culmination snow mountain, but very few had actually seen her in person. Haha. It's really here. The snow demon came in and was extremely excited when she saw the entrance to the minor void paradise. Why are you so excited? Gu Fei was curious. Could there be something in the minor void paradise that he had not sensed? After entering the minor void paradise, Gu Fei's cultivation had recovered. He immediately released his divine will and carefully sensed everything in the grotto heaven, including the black hall. However, he still could not sense anything special. "Move aside, and I will spare your life." The snow demon stared at the shaman emperor guarding the entrance of the minor void paradise and shouted, "What?" The shaman emperor's eyes flashed with sharpness. This fella actually said that she would spare his life? How arrogant. Man Kuang and the others in the minor void paradise were also dumbfounded. This snow demon dared to speak to the shaman emperor like this? You're awesome. Even Gu Fei gave the snow demon a thumbs up. The shaman emperor was a genuine transcendent emperor realm expert. The snow demon was only a half-step emperor. Then let's see if you have the ability to spare my life. Chapter 53-68. Snow Demon finally attacked the valley where the nine-tailed fox emperor was. At this moment, the valley was already covered in a thick layer of ice and snow. In order to lure Snow Demon out, Gu Fei and the rest pretended that they couldn't withstand the snowman army's attack and retreated into the minor void paradise. Then, which emperor guarded the entrance of the minor void paradise? Which emperor's sword light was like mercury, penetrating through every nook and cranny? All the snowmen that were charging towards her were cut down by her sword light and turned into a pile of ice and snow. Even the 3 great snow emperors under the snow demon were slain by the shaman emperor. That was the snow emperor of the emperor realm. Just like that, she was slain by the shaman emperor. Gu Fei and the others were shocked by this. which emperor's swordsmanship was really strong, but Gu Fei suddenly felt that it was somewhat similar to the limitless sword master. The limitless sword master was the highest existence that Gu Fei had ever seen in swordsmanship. Since ancient times, no one could surpass the limitless sword master in swordsmanship. But there was a problem with the limitless sword master's cultivation, and he turned into Yu Xian, and Ling Tian Palace Master. Could which emperor be related to the limitless sword master? Just as Gu Fei was pondering, Snow Demon came. She had come with boundless chill. After the Snow Demon entered the pool behind the waterfall, the entire void seemed to be frozen solid. Her entire body was exuding an astonishing chill. Everywhere she went, it was as if thousands of miles of ice were frozen. She could turn a region into a snowy region. Snow Demon and which emperor were facing each other. You aren't even a transcendent emperor, and you dare to be impudent in front of me? Which emperor held her divine sword and looked at Snow Demon arrogantly. She had to admit that Snow Demon was really beautiful. She was definitely one of the most beautiful women she had ever seen. This caused the Shaman Emperor to feel slightly jealous. I don't need the power of a transcendent emperor to kill you. Snow Demon laughed coldly. Is that so? Then I want to see what ability you have to kill me. Which emperor didn't waste any more words with Snow Demon. The divine sword in her hand instantly turned into a sword light and rushed out from her hand, slashing towards Snow Demon. His sword was as fast as lightning, extremely fast. However, the sword light pierced through the Snow Demon's body and a sword mark appeared on the Snow Demon's body. However, the sword wound on her body disappeared in an instant. The sword strike of the Shaman Emperor was actually unable to injure this fellow in the slightest? How is this possible? At this moment, the sword light that had flown out had already returned to the Shaman Emperor's hand. She saw that although her sword had slashed onto the Snow Demon's body, it had actually been unable to harm the Snow Demon. How did she do it? You have the cultivation of a transcendent emperor, but you can't even injure a half-step transcendent emperor like me. Isn't this a clear slap to the face? The Snow Demon sneered. Preposterous. The Shaman Emperor was enraged, which was rarely seen on her. In the next moment, the sword light that circled around her once again shot towards the Snow Demon. With a deafening sound, the sword light turned into countless hair-like sword lights that instantly pierced through the snow monster's body. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been sliced into thousands of pieces by this sword energy. However, the Snow Demon was not an ordinary living being. The countless sword marks on the Snow Demon's body actually disappeared in an instant. The Shaman Emperor waved her right hand and immediately retrieved the countless sword lights. However, when she saw that the Snow Demon was actually standing at the same spot as if nothing had happened, she was extremely shocked. I've already said that you can't kill me. Now, I'm going to kill you. As the Snow Demon spoke, she smiled strangely. In the next moment, she actually disappeared on the spot. Be careful. In the little void cave, Gu Fei reminded, Sword and shield, rise. The Shaman Emperor shouted. In the next moment, her sword light turned into a sword net that enveloped her. Swoosh! A slender hand suddenly appeared in front of the Shaman Emperor. It was suddenly cut off by the sword net, and the fingertip was about to touch the Shaman Emperor's face. Bam! The severed hand fell to the ground and directly shattered into pieces, turning into a pile of crushed ice. When the Shaman Emperor saw this, she was extremely shocked. Could it be that the Snow Demon wasn't made of flesh and blood? Ha ha! The Snow Demon's laughter resounded. This laughter seemed to have some sort of power that could shake one's soul. Although Man Kuang and the rest were in the little void cave, they could still feel their souls being shaken. Only Gu Fei was unaffected. Interesting. Gu Fei saw that the Shaman Emperor was forced to protect herself by the Snow Demon. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. The Snow Demon had already merged with the surrounding void and was hiding in the void. She moved quickly outside the Shaman Emperor's sword net and changed her position. She wanted to find the Shaman Emperor's weakness and then kill her. She had been searching for this little void cave for countless years. Now that she had finally found it, she naturally wouldn't leave just like that. She wanted to go in and find what she was looking for. However, the Shaman Emperor's sword net had no weakness at all. This was because this was the Shaman Emperor's absolute protection. To break this absolute protection, one could only use absolute strength to break it. However, in the Void Realm, there were only a few existences that were stronger than the Shaman Emperor, and Gu Fei was one of them. Of course, Gu Fei wouldn't fight the Shaman Emperor. What's wrong? A supreme existence in the transcendent Emperor realm wants to be a coward now? The Snow Demon's voice rang out. At this moment, her voice was full of temptation, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. Obviously, the Snow Demon was proficient in the musical assassination technique. This kind of sound wave that could affect one's soul was a type of musical assassination technique. Under the influence of the Snow Demon's musical assassination technique, the Shaman Emperor's mind was actually affected by the sound wave. Keep your mind focused, and you won't be affected by the changes in the world. Gu Fei's voice rang out in the Shaman Emperor's mind. Won't be affected by the changes in the world. Won't be affected by the changes in the world. The Shaman Emperor murmured in his mind. His soul gradually calmed down, and the Snow Demon's sound wave could no longer affect him. Kill your way in, the Snow Demon ordered. In the next moment, the countless snowmen that had retreated rushed up again, directly charging into the little void cave. You guys go and play too, Gu Fei said to Man Kuang and the rest. Looking at the countless snowmen charging in, Man Kuang and the rest were eager to give it a try. Now that Gu Fei had given the order, it was naturally to their liking. Yes, master. Man Kuang grabbed a mace and charged towards the snowmen that were charging at him. This guy was like a terrifying beast, waving his mace and charging into the snowmen. In the next moment, countless snowmen were smashed into pieces by him, and ice and snow flew all over the sky. The mysterious Snake Emperor and the Flying Tiger Emperor followed suit. Haha, I'll smash as many as you come. Chapter 5369. The Snow Demon was definitely a special existence. Gu Fei had never encountered such an existence before. The Snow Demon seemed to be indestructible. Even the Shaman Emperor's sword light could not harm it at all. The Shaman Emperor had no choice but to switch from offense to defense. She used her absolute protection sword Dao Mystique to protect herself. The Shaman Emperor's absolute protection was extremely powerful. Although it was only a defensive stance, it was not easy to break her sword Dao Mystique. For a moment, the Snow Demon could not do anything to the Shaman Emperor. The Shaman Emperor and the Snow Demon were in a stalemate. Neither could do anything to the other. However, the Snow Demon's army of snowmen rushed into the minor void utopia like a tidal wave. The snowmen that rushed into the minor void utopia were stopped by Man Kuang and the others. Man Kuang waved the mace in his hand crazily, smashing the snowmen into pieces. Wherever he went, large patches of snowmen were smashed into pieces. At this time, the mysterious Snake Emperor and the Flying Tiger Emperor also made their moves. They were both Emperor Realm experts. The mysterious Snake Emperor immediately revealed his true form. That was a black serpent that was as huge as a dragon. With just a flick of its tail, it swept countless snowmen into the sky and shattered them in the void. Then, it started snowing in the minor void utopia. This was the first time it had snowed since the minor void utopia's existence. Soon, the area around the entrance was covered with a layer of sparkling white snow. In the minor void utopia, the snow was eye-catching and dazzling. It was completely out of place in the minor void utopia's scenery. As countless snowmen rushed into the minor void utopia, the snow became heavier and heavier. The Flying Tiger Emperor and the mysterious Snake Emperor were both making their moves. The Flying Tiger Emperor had 2 wings on his back. When he flapped his wings, astral winds howled. The snowmen were like white cloth bags, flying into the sky and exploding. With the 3 Emperor Realm experts making their moves, it was impossible for the snowmen to pass them and enter the minor void utopia unless the Snow Demon intervened. However, the Snow Demon was currently fighting the Shaman Emperor. Above the valley outside the waterfall, the Snow Demon's clones were entangling the 9-tailed Fox Emperor. The 9-tailed Demon Fox Emperor was no weakling. It was unrealistic to think that it could keep the 9-tailed Demon Fox Emperor occupied with just a few clones. High up in the sky, the nine-tailed fox emperor suddenly stopped. Haha, so you want to hold me back? The nine-tailed fox emperor laughed. Oomph. The snow demon's clone laughed coldly and continued to attack the nine-tailed fox emperor. It's just a small clone. Your real body isn't here. The nine-tailed fox emperor didn't care about the clones of the snow demons at all. With a wave of his hand, the clones of the snow demons flew out. It's too late to realize it now, one of the snow demon's avatars said proudly, because at this time, their formation had already been completed. Boom! In the next moment, a blinding white light illuminated the world, and the nine-tailed demon fox emperor found itself in a white world. Formation space? The nine-tailed fox emperor was shocked. It wasn't a secret that the snow demon was proficient in the formation Tao. However, she didn't expect the snow demon's formation Tao to be so powerful. The nine-tailed fox emperor knew that it had been tricked. The reason why the snow demon was able to trap people was largely due to her cultivation in the Tao of formations. Even Gu Fei and the shaman emperor had been trapped by her before. She had then lured them to the valley of the nine-tailed demon fox emperor. Preposterous. The nine-tailed fox emperor was furious. She wasn't worried that the snow demon could hurt her, but she was worried about how long she would be trapped. Because the snow demon's clones couldn't hurt her at all. You can play around in there. The snow demon's clone said proudly. So what if your cultivation is high and you're strong? You're still tricked. Snow demon, you bastard. The nine-tailed fox emperor roared. However, the snow demon's clones didn't respond to her. Oh no, the snow demon is heading for the lesser void heaven. The nine-tailed fox emperor suddenly realized. Trapping her with clones and then entering the lesser void heaven? However, the nine-tailed fox emperor laughed when she thought of the terrifying existence in the lesser void heaven. Snow demon, you're finally in trouble. The nine-tailed fox emperor wasn't in a hurry to leave the formation space. At this moment, the snow demon didn't want to waste time with the witch emperor anymore. So she went around him and rushed into the lesser void heaven. Such dense spiritual chi. The snow demon exclaimed as she sensed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Boom. She struck and sent Manquang, and the others flying with a single palm strike. Manquang, the mysterious snake emperor, and the flying tiger emperor were no match for the snow demon. Finally found it. The snow demon raised her head and saw a black hall hanging in the sky. Huh, why did the black hall come out by itself? Gu Fei was surprised. Buzz. Up in the sky, the black hall shook and a shocking aura seeped out from it. What's going on? Gu Fei sensed that the power in the black hall was awakening. How is this possible? Even the nine-tailed fox emperor couldn't control the power in the black hall. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Gu Fei who captured the nine-tailed fox emperor. But now, he could clearly sense that the power in the black hall was awakening. This was not a small matter for anyone. Haha, I'm finally invincible. I can finally leave. The snow demon laughed. Huh. Gu Fei couldn't help frowning when he heard Snow Demon's words. Was the Snow Demon coming for the Black Hall? The power in the Black Hall was indeed powerful. Even if he recovered to his strongest cultivation, he might not be able to fight against it. At this moment, a divine light shot out from the Snow Demon's forehead. She was resonating with the Black Hall in the sky. Rumble. The Black Hall in the sky started shaking. The power in the Black Hall was growing stronger and stronger. I see. Gu Fei smiled. The Snow Demon had obtained the item that could control the Black Hall. This item was also the item that could control the entire small void paradise. This was a good item. Although the nine-tailed fox emperor had found the small void paradise, she didn't find the item that could control the entire small void paradise. Gu Fei made his move. He merely snapped his fingers, and the snow demon's body trembled as if she had been struck by a heavy blow. The divine light that shone from between her brows also disappeared. A force directly sealed all the aura in the snow demon's body. Gu Fei merely snapped his fingers and cut off the connection between the snow demon and the black hall in the sky. What? The snow demon's shock was no small matter. Chapter 5370. The snow demon had been searching for the little void paradise for countless years. When she broke into the nine-tailed fox emperor's valley and found the little void paradise, she was overjoyed. She successfully broke into the little void paradise and lured the black hall out. However, right at the moment when she and the Black Palace were about to take away the Black Palace, extreme joy turned to sorrow. She only heard a snap of her fingers, and then she directly turned into a stone statue. She could not move at all, and only her eyeballs could move. How is this possible? The snow demon was shocked. In the culmination snow mountain, no one had ever been able to seal themselves in such a short time. Roar! The snow demon roared. Of course, she could not speak, but she could use her divine will. Boom! An extremely powerful force erupted from the snow monster's body in an attempt to break Gu Fei's seal. However, it was useless. The snow demon continued to exert force, but it was useless. She still could not break the seal. At this moment, Man Kuang and the others who witnessed this scene were also shocked. The Sorcerer Emperor's eyes lit up. Gu Fei, who had entered the little void paradise, was simply too strong. He was simply invincible. The snow demon was so powerful that she could trap the nine-tailed fox emperor with just a few clones. She even forced the Sorcerer Emperor to defend himself. Other than Gu Fei, no one was a match for the snow demon. If it were not for Gu Fei, the snow demon would have refined the black hall in the sky and killed them all. The entire culmination snow mountain and even the creatures in the void realm would have suffered. But now, Gu Fei had directly captured the snow demon. At this moment, Gu Fei pointed his finger at the snow demon's glabella. A seal entered the snow demon's glabella and imprinted itself into her divine soul. Then, the snow demon found that she could speak again. What did you do to me?" The snow demon said hurriedly. She could clearly feel that something had entered her divine soul. It was definitely not a good thing. "Right now, I am your master. Your life and death are in my hands," Gu Fei said to the snow demon with a faint smile. "What?" When the snow demon heard this, she was shocked and angry. This guy actually placed a restrictive spell on her body. This was outrageous. Gu Fei snapped his fingers again. Then, the powerful force that imprisoned the snow demon instantly disappeared. The snow demon immediately realized that she could move. She immediately looked into her body, but she was shocked to discover that she couldn't find anything in her body. Shui Yao thought to herself, "Could this guy be lying to me? You still don't believe me?" With a thought from Gu Fei, the snow demon's expression immediately changed. She felt as if her divine soul was about to dissipate. It was terrifying to the extreme. The snow demon immediately held its head and screamed in pain. This kind of soul-tearing pain was not something an ordinary person could bear. "Oomph!" Gu Fei let out a cold laugh. In the next instant, he came to a stop. The snow demon's head no longer hurt. The snow demon stared at Gu Fei. She was filled with hatred. How could this human become her master just like that? The snow demon was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. "Ha ha ha. You deserve this." Man Kuang laughed heartily. Man Kuang and the others were tortured by the snow demon. Now that they saw the snow demon being tortured by Gu Fei, they naturally rejoiced in her misfortune. "You subdued the snow demon?" At this moment, a figure rushed into the minor void grotto. It was the nine-tailed fox emperor. When she saw the snow demon looking at Gu Fei with fear in her eyes, she was dumbfounded. She had been fighting with the snow demon for countless years and was always at a disadvantage. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed in the valley for so long. But now, the snow demon was afraid. She had never seen the snow demon afraid of anyone because no one could do anything to her on the culmination snow mountain. "Pfft, what's so difficult about that?" Gu Fei said proudly. In the minor void grotto, he had recovered his cultivation. Capturing the snow demon was as easy as flipping his palm. The nine-tailed fox emperor was speechless. No one knew the snow demon's strength better than she did. Although the snow demon was only a half-step transcendent emperor, she had endless power in the snowy mountain. She had used a few incarnations to trap the nine-tailed fox emperor. Moreover, the snow demon had thousands of incarnations. It would be difficult to kill her, and even more difficult to capture her. What did you do to me? The snow demon roared at Gu Fei. Didn't you try it just now? Gu Fei said with a faint smile. Why? You don't want to recognize me as your master? Then I won't make things difficult for you. How about I send you on your way? Gu Fei was still smiling. You want to kill me? The snow demon was shocked. If you don't submit, then die. It's that simple. Gu Fei shrugged and said nonchalantly, I have thousands of incarnations. How can you kill me? The snow demon suddenly laughed. Hee hee. What other choice do you have now? Gu Fei was confident. This confidence came from his strength. This isn't my true body. The snow demon suddenly calmed down. She had been pretending to be weak all along. This isn't your true body? When the nine-tailed fox emperor heard this, she was shocked. If this wasn't the snow demon's true body, then wouldn't her true body be even stronger? The snow demon was a transcendent emperor? All this while, she had been fighting against a clone of the snow demon? This was unbelievable. One must know that she had been fighting against the snow demon for countless years. She had thought that she knew everything about the snow demon. Who would have thought that this snow demon was just a clone? This was something that the nine-tailed fox emperor could not accept. Since that's the case, you can go and die now, Gu Fei said as he stretched out his right hand, ready to snap his fingers again. Hold on. If you kill me and anger my true body, the consequences will be dire. The snow demon said anxiously. Is that so? With that, Gu Fei snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the snow demon exploded on the spot. Both her body and soul were destroyed. The power of the snow demon's explosion was so strong that everyone was shocked. But what happened next made everyone's jaws drop. Gu Fei reached out and grabbed the power of the explosion, devouring it. The nine-tailed fox emperor did not expect Gu Fei to devour the power so quickly. One should know that the explosion of a half-step transcendent emperor was extremely powerful. Even the nine-tailed fox emperor had to dodge it. With the death of the snow demon, the snowmen that had rushed into the minor void paradise lost control. They collapsed and turned into ice cubes. The moment the snow demon exploded, a figure sitting in front of a bronze door on the peak of a snowy mountain suddenly opened his eyes. This was a being that looked exactly like the snow demon. Someone destroyed one of my clones? Chapter 5371. The little void paradise was really full of twists and turns. No one would have thought that the snow demon, which had thousands of incarnations, was just a clone of someone else. The nine-tailed fox emperor was extremely depressed at this result. She felt that she had been fighting with someone else's clone for countless years. She could not accept this. Just a clone? Gu Fei smiled. It seemed that he had provoked a mysterious and powerful existence. Who was the person behind the snow demon? Gu Fei was a little curious. However, the shaman emperor and the nine-tailed fox emperor were very calm. At this moment, Gu Fei noticed that something had fallen to the ground. It was a pearl, a black pearl. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand, and the bead on the ground flew into his hand. Gu Fei stared at the bead in his hand. It was only the size of an adult's thumb, and the material of the bead seemed to be the same as the Black Temple. Could it be? An idea suddenly flashed through Gu Fei's mind. Could this bead be the thing that could control the Black Temple? The snow demon just now could communicate with the Black Temple in the sky. If he had not sealed the snow demon would probably have controlled the Black Temple by now. The power inside the Black Temple was extremely powerful. If someone could control the power inside the Black Temple, even if Gu Fei recovered his infinite prime cultivation, he would still be in trouble. At this moment, the shaman emperor and the nine-tailed fox emperor were all staring at the bead in Gu Fei's hand. Gu Fei tried to inject a strand of his divine will into the bead. In the next moment, Gu Fei felt the world spin around him, and then he realized that he had appeared in a small world. The small world was not very big, and Gu Fei could instantly cover the entire small world with a thought. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Gu Fei without any warning. Gu Fei's pupils shrank when he saw this. Even he could not sense how this guy appeared. Could this guy's cultivation be higher than his? How is this possible? You're quite interesting. You're actually not from the void world. This person had only glanced at Gu Fei, but it was as if he had seen through him. This made Gu Fei feel a little shocked, because no one had ever been able to tell that he was not an existence of this world at first sight. Who are you? Gu Fei looked at the middle-aged man in white and said indifferently. This white-robed, middle-aged man floated in the air with 3 strands of long beard fluttering in front of his chest. He had the demeanor of an immortal and was looking at Gu Fei with a deep gaze. Me? I am the ruler of this world. The middle-aged man in white said proudly. Tisk, you're just an artifact soul. Gu Fei raised his middle finger at the middle-aged man. How did you know? The white-robed middle-aged man immediately fell silent, unable to keep up his act. Tisk, continue pretending. Why aren't you pretending anymore? Gu Fei was speechless. This guy actually dared to trick him. Of course, this guy wasn't wrong. He really was the ruler of this world. This guy was the artifact soul of the Black Bead. Regardless of whether he was the artifact soul of an immortal artifact or a divine artifact, he was not a living being with flesh and blood. He was just an existence of a soul. Why do I need to pretend? Am I not the ruler of this place? The white-robed, middle-aged man could no longer maintain his demeanor of an immortal. Tell me, what use do you have? Gu Fei said. Use. The white-robed, middle-aged man was stunned when he heard this. If you have no use, then there's no value in your existence. Gu Fei said indifferently. What? You want? You're too cruel. No one has ever treated me like this. The white-robed, middle-aged man exclaimed. You're just an artifact soul. I'll erase you and brand my mark on you. Only then can I control this thing. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Don't. The artifact soul panicked. It had existed for countless years and had already developed its own consciousness. If it was erased, it would die. It didn't want to die. Then tell me, what use do you have? Gu Fei crossed his arms and looked at the middle-aged man calmly. I know too many things. I don't even know where to start. The white-robed middle-aged man said anxiously. Your origin, Gu Fei reminded. My origin, I am a world-suppressing Tao artifact forged by the Void Master. The white-robed middle-aged man was extremely anxious and flustered. You're a world-suppressing Tao artifact? Gu Fei was shocked when he heard this. A world-suppressing Tao artifact was a supreme Tao artifact that could suppress a world. This Tao artifact should be quite powerful. That's right. Sai, please show mercy and let me go. The white-robed middle-aged man begged. You want me to let you go? I should be the one asking you to let me go. Gu Fei sighed with a bitter smile. Sai, I can't even play with you. You're too smart. However, smart people don't live long. The white-robed middle-aged man put away his terrified expression and looked solemn. His whole aura was different, giving people a feeling that he was looking down on the world. It was as if this guy had changed into another person. Sure enough, the soul of a world-suppressing Tao artifact won't be so weak. Gu Fei stared at the white-robed middle-aged man and said coldly, It's too boring to stay here. How can I not find some fun? The white-robed middle-aged man smiled. You shouldn't have exposed me so early. At least play with me. You'll get some benefits. The last time that little girl played with me here for dozens of years. The white-robed middle-aged man said. What? Snow Demon played with you here for dozens of years? Gu Fei was stunned when he heard this. Playing with this guy here for dozens of years was really abnormal. He was bored to death just playing here for a day or two. That little girl didn't play with me for nothing. I gave her a great fortune. The middle-aged man explained. You still want me to play with you here for dozens of years? Gu Fei looked at the white-robed middle-aged man with a faint smile. That's the best. Moreover, you can't get out now. The white-robed middle-aged man said proudly. Can't get out? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He didn't say anything. He reached out and drew a line in the void in front of him. The void shook, but it didn't tear. Interesting. Gu Fei smiled. Haha, you just stay here and play with me for dozens of years. When I'm in a good mood, I might let you out. The white-robed middle-aged man laughed. Gu Fei was speechless. Chapter 5372. In the Little Void Paradise, Gu Fei's sudden disappearance shocked everyone. Gu Fei would not disappear for no reason. In the air, a thumb-sized black bead floated. At this moment, the bead was emitting a faint black light. Everyone stared at the bead. Gu Fei's sudden disappearance must have something to do with this mysterious bead. However, no one would have thought that there was a small world inside the bead, and in this small world, there was a world suppressor tool soul. A world suppressor was to suppress a world. This world suppressor tool soul was too powerful. It was a Tao tool soul that was refined by a supreme being to suppress a world. Even Gu Fei did not dare to be careless in front of this world suppressor tool soul. Where did Master go? Man Kuang asked with a trembling voice. There's something strange about this bead, the Witch Emperor said indifferently. What's strange about it? The nine-tailed fox emperor asked curiously. I don't know. The Witch Emperor shook her head. How could she know why Gu Fei suddenly disappeared? Among the experts present, the Witch Emperor and the nine-tailed fox emperor had the highest cultivation. The nine-tailed fox emperor's cultivation was even higher than the Witch Emperor's. The Witch Emperor and the nine-tailed fox emperor could not see anything. They stared at the black bead and studied it for a long time, but in the end, they could not find anything. The black light on the bead gradually disappeared. Then, under everyone's gaze, the small black bead fell to the ground and rolled to the Witch Emperor's feet. The Witch Emperor subconsciously took a step back and looked at the bead in fear. Gu Fei had obtained this bead and suddenly disappeared. In the little void paradise, Gu Fei was an invincible existence. Even a powerful existence like the snow demon was subdued by Gu Fei with a snap of his fingers. With Gu Fei as an example, who would dare to touch this black bead? No one knew what to do. At this time, at the peak of Culmination Snow Mountain, in front of the ancient bronze door, a figure who had been sitting in front of the bronze door for God knows how long slowly stood up. Since you dared to destroy my clone, you will have to pay the price. A heavenly voice rang out, breaking the silence on the summit of the snowy mountain. The universal copper gate was the most mysterious thing in the void realm. It was just a tightly shut gate, but it hid the biggest secret of the void realm. Throughout the history of the void realm, countless people and alien races had wanted to know this secret. However, the copper gate of heaven and earth had existed since ancient times. During the primordial era, there were people who wanted to open the copper gate of heaven and earth. Therefore, the copper gate of heaven and earth was also called the primordial copper gate. Of course, the copper gate of heaven and earth definitely existed before the primordial era. No one knew when the copper door of heaven and earth had appeared. However, it was rumored that the copper door of heaven and earth did not exist in the void realm. In reality, the heaven and earth copper gate was not something from the void realm. This was because no one in the void realm could refine such an item. Throughout the history of the void realm, the Tao weapons refined by the strong beings could not harm the copper gate of heaven and earth at all. No one could destroy the copper gate of heaven and earth. This existence that looked exactly like the snow demon stood up from the huge stone that she was sitting on. In the next moment, she instantly disappeared into the void. At this moment, Gu Fei was repairing the world-suppressing tool spirit in the space within the black bead. Bam! Gu Fei punched the world-suppressing tool spirit in the face, sending the world-suppressing tool spirit flying into a forest. Damned human! How dare you slap my handsome face? Boom! As the world-suppressing tool spirit cursed, the entire forest exploded. A figure instantly rushed in front of Gu Fei. Aren't you very powerful? Come, let's spar. Gu Fei smiled as he took a step forward. In an instant, his face was almost stuck to the world-suppressing tool spirit's face. In the next moment, the world-suppressing tool spirit arched its body like a prawn. How is this possible? The world-suppressing tool spirit was stunned by Gu Fei's punch. How could this fella hit it? In the past, the fellas that came in were all very weak, and it could only abuse them. But now, this fella that came in actually hit it twice. More importantly, it clearly saw this fella make a move, but it still got hit. This was the first time it had encountered something like this after living for so many years. This made the world-suppressing tool spirit extremely depressed. Gu Fei's right fist shook, and the world-suppressing tool spirit was sent flying again. It was flung high up into the sky, and then it fell from the sky. Bam! The ground was filled with dust. The world-suppressing tool spirit that fell from the sky directly smashed a huge hole in the ground. Moreover, it was a human-shaped hole. Roar! The middle-aged man that the world-suppressing tool spirit transformed into crawled out of the human-shaped hole and roared at the sky. He was furious. He was no longer that sage-like guy in fluttering white clothes. Instead, he was in an extremely sorry state, covered in dust. The current him was simply like a beggar. His handsome face was gone, and his sage-like aura was also gone. This almost drove him crazy. The world-suppressing tool spirit had always paid great attention to its appearance. It even had some misophobia. "I'm going to kill you." The world-suppressing tool spirit was really angry, and it was furious. A shocking aura erupted from its body, and the entire small world was shaking. In an instant, it drew the power of the entire small world. If it were the nine-tailed fox emperor or the shaman emperor who entered this small world, then they definitely could not contend with the world-suppressing tool spirit. They would be completely suppressed. However, Gu Fei was different. He was a supreme existence in the infinite prime realm, who knew how many times stronger than the nine-tailed fox emperor and the shaman emperor. And here, even the world-suppressing tool spirit could not suppress Gu Fei. How is this possible? The world-suppressing tool spirit was extremely shocked. How could this guy not be suppressed by it? Could it be that the power of the entire small world could not suppress this guy? The power of the entire small world gathered towards the world-suppressing tool spirit in a frenzy. The space around it trembled violently, and transparent ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in all directions. The might of the world-suppressing tool spirit was earth-shattering. It stared at Gu Fei ferociously, wanting to tear Gu Fei into pieces. "You dare glare at me?" Gu Fei suddenly smiled evilly. In the next moment, he actually disappeared into the void, and then appeared before the world-suppressing tool spirit without any warning. Slap! Gu Fei directly gave the world-suppressing tool spirit a resounding slap. The slap directly stunned the world-suppressing tool spirit. "I gave you a big slap. Does it feel good?" Chapter 53-73. How is this possible? I am the master here. In the small world inside the black bead, the realm suppressor spirit was stunned by Gu Fei's slap. He was the master inside the realm pearl. No one could bully him inside the realm pearl. Only he could bully others. But now, the realm suppressor spirit was in trouble. The power of the realm pearl could not suppress this guy at all. Then, the realm suppressor spirit was tortured by Gu Fei. It even wanted to die. Slap! With another resounding slap, the middle-aged man transformed from the world-suppressing artifact soul was sent flying by Gu Fei's slap. Ah! The realm suppressor spirit was enraged. It was crazy. This guy was too despicable. He hit people but not their faces. He had been slapped twice in succession by Gu Fei, and the handsome face that the vessel soul of the true world was so proud of had been destroyed. This drove him mad. Kill! The realm suppressor spirit roared. Before it fell to the ground, countless divine lights rushed out of its body. Every ray of divine light pierced through the void. All the divine lights pierced towards Gu Fei. However, the scene that appeared in the next moment terrified the world-suppressing artifact soul. Gu Fei opened his mouth and sucked. All the divine lights piercing towards him were swallowed into his body. What? The realm suppressor spirit finally realized that it had met a tough opponent. Could this person be in existence on the same level as its master? Thinking of this, the realm-suppressing artifact soul was really shocked. In fact, Gu Fei's cultivation had already recovered to the infinite realm when he was in the minor void paradise without the suppression of the void realm's laws. Moreover, he had cultivated all over again in the void realm, and he had even reached the eternal realm. Therefore, after recovering in the small void paradise, his cultivation had actually improved. When he was suppressed by the void realm's laws, he had just broken through to the infinite realm and was only at the initial stage. But now, he was already an unbounded mid-level cultivator. The owner of the artifact soul should also be an infinite prime. However, the cultivation of the artifact soul should be greater than Gu Fei's. This was because the owner of the world-suppressing artifact soul was not afraid of the mirage's natural laws. However, even though Gu Fei was at the intermediate stage of the infinite supreme, he was still suppressed by the natural laws of the void realm. He couldn't recover his true cultivation. However, although it was still difficult for Gu Fei to contend against the mirage's heaven and earth laws, it was still more than enough for him to bully this realm-suppressing artifact soul. Not bad. Give me some more. Gu Fei licked his lips and said, "What? You actually devoured my power?" The world-suppressing artifact soul was indescribably shocked. This fellow was just too terrifying, able to even devour the power of this place. How was this possible? One had to understand that no one had ever been able to devour the vitality of this place. Because the energy within the realm bead was very stable, it was very difficult for outsiders to refine the Yuan Qi here. The heaven and earth spiritual Qi here is not bad. Gu Fei nodded as he sensed the spiritual energy in the surroundings. What are you trying to do? The world-suppressing artifact seemed to have a premonition that something bad was about to happen. Since you refuse to acknowledge me as your master, I'll just refine you then, Gu Fei replied nonchalantly. You want to refine me? The world-suppressing artifact looked at Gu Fei in shock. Do you think that I'm joking? As he said that, Gu Fei extended his right hand and grabbed at the world-suppressing artifact. Haha. This is my territory. You want to catch me? Dream on. The world-suppressing artifact retreated. However, Gu Fei's palm continued to expand rapidly in the eyes of the world-suppressing artifact. Instantly, it covered the entire sky. Following that gigantic palm descended and grabbed the world-suppressing artifact in his hand. What? The world-suppressing artifact's shock was by no means insignificant. This human was way scarier than he had imagined. Haha, are you embarrassed now? Gu Fei burst out laughing. You really want to refine me? The world-suppressing artifact was truly flustered right now. After existing for countless of years, he naturally did not want to die just like that. However, the other party's cultivation state was simply way too horrifying. Even though the world-suppressing artifact was strong, he could not unleash the full extent of his powers within the world bead. That was because the powers of the world within the world bead were way too weak. What do I get out of lying to you? As Gu Fei said that, a tremendous amount of power burst forth from his hands. Countless Tao patterns burst forth from his hands and imprinted themselves onto the world-suppressing artifact in his hands. Don't. I'll acknowledge you as my master. I'll acknowledge you as my master. The world-suppressing artifact screamed out in fright. What were you doing earlier on? Begging for mercy now? Gu Fei replied indifferently. Don't. I don't want to be refined. To think that the world-suppressing artifact would cry. At this moment, the body of the world-suppressing artifact was imprinted with countless Tao patterns. Every single Tao pattern was filled with the power of the great Tao. A tremendous power of the great Tao sealed up the world-suppressing artifact. Oh my God, you're already an old monster, yet you're still crying? Gu Fei was speechless. The world-suppressing artifact actually wanted to use this trick to trick him? Master, my master, please let me go. The world-suppressing artifact was actually crying with snot and tears. It was extremely miserable. All right, if you cry again, I'll really refine you. Gu Fei roared at the world-suppressing artifact. This guy was too embarrassing. At any rate, this guy was an existence that had lived for countless years. Furthermore, he was the world-suppressing artifact soul. How could he be such a weirdo? Thank you, Master, for not killing me. Thank you, Master, for not killing me. This lowly one will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for Master in the future. The world-suppressing artifact hurriedly expressed its loyalty. It had no choice but to express its loyalty. After all, its life and death was in the hands of the other party. Right now, survival was the most important thing. Gu Fei did not speak anymore. With a thought, the Tao patterns imprinted on the world-suppressing artifact soul immediately gathered together. They turned into a forbidden technique and disappeared into the body of the world-suppressing artifact. When the world-suppressing artifact's soul sensed the changes on its body, it was both alarmed and enraged. However, it did not dare to act up. To think that this human would have placed a forbidden technique on its body. The world-suppressing artifact's soul couldn't be any more familiar with methods such as placing down forbidden techniques. After all, it had frequently used this move to subdue those fellas that entered the small world within the realm bead. This move could be said to have been tried and tested time and time again by the world-suppressing artifact's soul. But right now, it seemed like it had kicked an iron plate. This was truly a reversal of fortune. To think that it would be the one who had placed a forbidden technique on its body. This was truly retribution. I won't kill you. However, your life and death is in the hands of a single thought of mine. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. His tone was filled with a hint of smugness. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.